Hey guys, how are you? I missed you guys yesterday. Sorry, this is probably going to be loud. I'm trying to make sense of this desk. Hi everybody. My dog says hi if you can hear him in the background. How is everybody? You have a good yesterday? What was yesterday? Tuesday? Um, hey guys. Hey Mr. Spooky. Hey Chris. Hello friends. I saw somebody earlier up in chat as I was logging in saying that they actually, Serena says, I remember this in elementary school. I remember close to nothing about them. Me either. Me either. So here's the thing. I remember that I read these books multiple times. I also remember that the main character journals, loves the color purple, and has a collection of calendars. Those are all the things I remember. And it was just, I have a bunch of these. Some I found more recently. A lot of them are from childhood. I owned them. This one apparently used to be a library book. Oh, you got back from your New York trip. How was that? Oh, and hi, Adriel. I love these. Okay, I'm so glad people remember them. Hi, guys. I never know when it's like something that I really loved as a kid. I'm like, either everybody's gonna remember this, or everybody's gonna be like, Avery, what are you talking about? We've never heard of these. You made that up in your brain. Always nice to know that other people remember. Hi, Natty. Gosh. Hey, guys, just be careful not to spam the chat. It makes it harder for us to read messages as they're coming through. We appreciate you. just go easy on the, especially emojis, but that might just straight up get you kicked out by YouTube standards. But hello, glad everybody is here. Hi, Noah. Vaguely. Yeah, I think we all read these as a kid, but no one actually remembers them. They were just like these like slice of life elementary school books. As you can see as I'm flipping through it, it alternates between regular book narration and entries from her diary, which are always in blue or purple pen. So it's like a hybrid. It's sort of like in the Babysitter's Club, where like it's well, that one's first person, but then it goes to them like their diary entries in the Babysitter's like journal logbook thing. Yeah. Never heard of this, but I'm down for almost everything. Thank you, Natty. We appreciate you. Interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope interesting sounds like there's a story behind that trip. But I'm just gonna be reading this book. It's not very long. I have a bunch of them in the series. We can do more if we like it. And if it's super boring, we can just not. But let's see what's on the back. Spend the day with Abby. I remember being obsessed with these. I know I read all of them at one point. Every cloud has a silver lining. The big sky calendar. She collects calendars, and every chapter starts with a reference to one of them. Thursday. Have you ever seen a silver lining in a cloud? No, I haven't either. Clouds are white, puffy things. Sometimes the sun makes them look reddish or gold, but never silver. Who came up with that stupid saying anyway? It's completely false. Abby Hayes. Abby Hayes is starting 5th grade. Her super sibs, the perfect older twins, and her genius little brother have already proved their Hayes worthiness. This is going to be Abby's year. She's going to record every moment of it. I actually collected calendars for a little while, and I'm certain that I was inspired by this book series. We were supposed to see Phantom Kids we had for last week and trying to go home. Oh, I'm so sorry. Memorable 30th birthday. Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds awful. Mr. Spooky, I don't know what that means. Interesting fun fact. Apparently, the Megamorphs 2 is in the time of the wait. 2 in the time of the dinosaurs is the most promoted Animorphs book all time since out in the highest point of Animorphs. Interesting. Did not know that. I'm not going to, Natty. I'm not gonna do that. I've been on the internet long enough to know. Glad to be home for chill time. Yeah, being home is good. Oh, thank you. It's one of those little like it's a headband that has the bandana thing on it, so you don't actually have to tie it. It just always sits in place and it's nice. It's just nice, especially when we're not having the best of hair days. Um yeah, we're just gonna have another one of our chill read streams and read all the books about me. And at this point in time, there were only 2 written, I guess. When was this one written? Early 2000s, I think. I think this was early or mid 2000s. 2000 and 2000, just 2000. Just 2000. There were a lot of these books written. I think they were written until at least 2009 they were coming out with more books. When did I get the headband? Wait, when did I get which? Um, expect people to pop up for Megamorphs too. People really love Animorphs. We've been having fun with that series. It's gonna be weird not having it this week. 2006 going on 7. What a year. 2000. I was going to be 4, but unless this came out at the very, very end of the year, then I probably hadn't had my birthday yet. Oh, the headband. I got it last week. I just like ordered it online. I just wanted, you know, something to kind of accessorize the hair so to help it out on the days where it's just like, it's all over the place. Keep it out of the way. 2000. I didn't exist yet. Oh, Natty, I feel so old. Going nice top. Thank you. This is my TVA sweatshirt and it says variant on the back. You guys can't see it, but hello everybody. Hi Adriel. Hopefully the chat will distract me enough to not get to cleaning up for Passover tomorrow. I'm glad that we can be, or I hope that we can be a fun distraction. It's a busy, gonna be a very busy weekend with all the things. So I hope everybody who celebrates anything this time of year has a good time doing that, or at least has an uncomplicated time doing that. And holidays can be overwhelming sometimes. Scared of Venom on the Spider-Man 3 poster when I was 6. I can see that. Venom was a look. Always a welcome, fun distraction. I'm glad. That's what we're here for. This channel is hopefully a safe little space to just do fun things. I love Easter. Well, good. I hope whatever you're planning for Easter is fun. The dedication on the inside of this book, can you guys see this? It says, for Abby, of course, with a little purple drawing of Abby. And it's cute. I assume that Abby is a person in real life, but I like to imagine that it's dedicated just to the character, the fictional character. The Amazing Days of Abby Hayes. How can a person be so different from her family? I have come up with the following reasons. 1, they are aliens. I am the only normal person. 2, they are completely normal and I am the alien. 3, I was switched at birth. Some boring, ordinary family with tangly, curly hair wonders why they have a daughter who is so brilliant, popular, and good at sports. Aw. Our family has a deep, dark secret. I was 4, our family has a deep, dark secret. I was adopted. 5, what did mom eat when she was pregnant with me? That's the first part of this book. Easter. I mostly just celebrate. Like I'm not super religious anymore, but yeah, Easter. Grew up in an Easter house. How about everybody in chat? It's mostly just a family holiday. We're gonna have family coming in this weekend, and that'll be fun and chill. So I'm looking forward to that. It's 2 for me. Wait, number 2. They are alien. Wait, they are completely normal. I am the alien. Oh. aliens are so cool. So honestly, that would not be. Honestly, that would be the backdrop of a pretty '90s sitcom. I think now that I think about it. Never assigned a religion, so I'm kind of open with everything. Yeah, I'm very open to all different beliefs now. I just don't follow one specifically. But growing up, evangelical, Easter, very big deal. Easter. Whatever I do for Easter Passover, I wanted to do Rugrats Passover because I missed Rugrats Hanukkah, and whichever one I'm gonna do, it's going to be late. Because of course it is, because, it's me we're talking about. Family can either be stressful, fun, or a combination of the two. I'm looking forward to this particular. Some family can be stressful, but I'm looking forward to this family coming into town. But yes, family can mean all sorts of things to all sorts of people, I guess. Where do you even have a bookmark? I think all of my bookmarks are taken up by longer books that we've read parts of. Trying to make dinner as low effort as possible. Frozen veg for soup and roasted asparagus, which only takes one pan. That sounds good. For Easter, Dragon Bean can be the most badass Easter bunny. Yes! Yes, I have the best Easter bunny of all the Easter bunnies. He is going to sit at the table and kick all the other Easter bunnies' asses. He is Dragon Bean, and I love him very much. I've decided, Noah, by the way, the Hex Girls, we're working on getting a podcast that'll go up. Once it starts going up, it'll be a weekly thing here on the channel. And I need to decorate this side wall because we're now going to see this side wall and over here with 2 cameras set up. And I'm going to put the Hex Girls over there so that they can, just like you have the Sanderson sisters over here and the Hex Girls over there, and it's a big goth party. I'm very excited. Gotten lots of requests for Peter Cottontail. I don't know if I'll get to it this year, but it will surely happen one day. What is in the back of this book? I'm getting very distracted. Oh, Babysitters, Friends Forever. Yeah, I guess that was going on at the same time. Sorry, I won't spoil myself on the end of the book. I'm not sure what this is in reference to. Hell yeah, I'd love a podcast. I feel honored my work remains a part of. Oh, it will always remain. These are never going anywhere. I love them dearly, all of them. And yes, the podcast, it's still a work in progress because we haven't filmed anything yet, but basically, in covering all of this nostalgic, obscure, otherwise strange content, I tend to learn a lot of funny stories about, like, movie making history, pop culture history, and I have a lot of friends that are on the channel all the time who, like me, have worked on set. So I thought it would be a fun podcast if I every week sat at least one of them down and told them different stories from, like, pop culture history or, Hollywood history. There's a lot of stories from old Hollywood that's just like, oh my, that they did that? That was okay. They could do that back then? It's just going to be like it's going to be a way for me to start to cover some of those stories that I come across while covering other things and just talk about it with my friends who have that set experience perspective. So hopefully it'll be fun. We'll see. We'll see how it goes down. I am excited too. Thank you, Adriel. I hope it goes well. I did not ever see myself being a podcast person, but I think it sounds like something that would be really fun. And she was pregnant with me, Abby. Oh, Abby's a lot. Abby's a fun character from what I remember. All right, chapter 1, Tuesday. She collects calendars for those just coming in. She has every chapter starts off with a quote from one of the daily calendars. Tuesday, he who has begun has half done. Horace, skateboarder's calendar. Does this mean that if I start school today, I never really thought about this when I was reading, but I think the thought process, no, it does look like a doodle. I'm trying to figure out if it's like supposed to be a doodle or if she might be just taking the daily paper and like sticking it in the journal. I'm not sure which. Does this mean that if I start school today, I'm already halfway through the year? Yay! Hooray! I'm just gonna go into reading the first chapter. Um, you know how we are here. Hearing stories about how actors were treated like parts of a machine that could easily be replaced is so messed up. It is. It very much is. And hopefully we'll be able to have fun, but also cover some of these stories that people don't talk about enough that are just really fucked up. Like the story of, and people have talked about it before. Kazro, they have a great video on it, but the story of how the Wizard of Oz was made. Oh my god, every bad stereotype about Hollywood, I'm pretty sure originated from that movie being made. Wizard of Oz was a nightmare. Oh, it was a nightmare. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. I also want to do, it might be the first episode of an episode on The Room. I know we've all heard at least some of the story about the making of The Room, but the whole thing like catalogs through the things that were left out of the Disaster Artist movie. Oh, it's so much. Like, it's just a lot. So, and then there's other things that might not be necessarily from like movie making history, but they are like big things that happened in pop culture that I think are just interesting to talk about. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Oh, I never get tired of hearing the story. It was awful for everybody involved, and I feel so sorry for everybody. But it's also just chaos. Like, so yeah. That's a work in progress, but for right now, I will get back on topic. I apologize. Abby opened her eyes to walls of calendars. There were big ones and small ones, glossy photographs and black and white drawings, calendars from many of the states and quite a few countries, as well as calendars for every holiday, hobby, or interest. Calendars greeted her every morning when she woke up and were the last things she saw at night. The best thing about Abby's room was that she never got bored because the calendars changed about every 30 days. Her room was like an animal that shed its skin each month to become another creature. I have to find a World Cup soccer calendar, Abby thought sleepily. She rolled over, turned on the light, and grabbed her notebook from the table next to her bed. She also doodles in the journals. The little flower doodles are here. Plan for today. Do 12 sit-ups before breakfast. Why 12 exactly? I have questions. Run around the block 20 times. Don't stop to talk with friendly neighbors. Eat healthy food. No donuts, no chocolate bars. Smile sweetly when Super Sib Eva tells me how she scored for her team. Nod wisely when Super Sib Isabel lectures about War of Roses. Question, why not War of Dandelions or Geraniums? Ignore twins fighting. Be kind to younger brother Alex. Play chess with him when he asks. It's not his fault that he wins every game. Be a good loser. Oh my god. It's all coming back to me. Wizard of Oz treated the actors horrible. Return treated them great. Oh yeah, Return from what I hear was an amazing experience. Jim Henson projects usually come back with just glowing reviews from everybody who works on them. The original Wizard of Oz it was not good. It was bad. It was very bad. Toonivations. Hi Toonie, by the way. They both had their troubles. Yeah, I'm sure there's always going to be tense moments and hard days when you're making a movie because it's like the most stressful thing a group of people could possibly do, I'm convinced. But the way it's different when you're like literally dealing with workplace abuse, basically, right? It's a whole different level of messed up stuff. Abby threw back the cover. Now back to the book about the fifth grader. Abby threw back the covers and stretched. She climbed out of bed and opened her bureau drawer. Today she was going to wear one of her favorite outfits, cargo pants and a striped tank top. Oh, the 2000s-ness. Oh, it hurts me. She laid the clothes on the bed, then picked up a small white box that she had hidden under some t-shirts. Inside was a pair of gold hoop earrings. Wish for today, pierced ears. How can I convince Mom to let me get them? It was the first day of 5th grade, as her best friend Jessica put it, the first day of the last year of elementary school. Their teacher was Ms. Cantor. She had transferred from another school in the district. Abby picked up her journal. Bad. I don't know who Ms. Cantor is. Good. She doesn't know who I am or who my family is. She put her journal down and walked over to her bureau. Her hairbrush lay on top of it, along with piles of seashells, rocks, and miniature plush animals. Abby pulled the brush through her tangly hair, then gazed in the mirror and sighed. She had curly red hair that 1,000 hair clips would never tame. Her eyes were gray-blue and small. Her nose, well, there was nothing to say about her nose except that it was in the middle of her face. I have an ordinary face and extraordinary hair, Abby told herself. She would rather have it the other way around. She held the gold. At least she doesn't describe her hair quite the way Tookie does. She held up gold hoops to her ears and wished for the 1,000th time that she could wear them to school, especially today. Not only was it the beginning of school year, but it was also the year that Abby had decided she would turn herself into a soccer star. Oh my god, I'm starting to remember this. Abby tore off a page of her cube of quotes calendar. Quote, every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Abby stared at the small, thick cube of wisdom. Why not, she thought. Why not me? I will become a top soccer player like Mia or Michelle. I will. In the past, Abby hadn't been a very good player, but now all that was going to change. Tryouts for the all-city soccer team were at the end of the week. She stood in front of her mirror. What's going on, Texas? Hi, Texas. No, poor Judy Garland. Oh my god. I love the image of her running around the street and a sweet old lady tries wishing her a good morning and she just flips her off. She's too focused. Yeah. I cannot talk to other people. I don't have time. Yeah, I forgot to tell Avery, so I Barnes and Noble heard this guy looking for bookmarks and where they were and actually showed and thanked me. I looked it up and there's a position open. So taking this as a sign and applying for it. Yay! Yay! That's great. I hope you get it. What you do? My friend, I have a couple of friends actually that worked at Barnes and Noble. They loved it. I'm going to read Labyrinth while you read this. Yay! Reading buddies. Yes, feel free to put me on as a ambient sound. Is this girl Merida? I mean, she does kind of look like Merida. She kind of looks like a younger, modern day Merida. She comes from like a very American family, but picturing her with a Scottish accent is actually very fun. Hi, Joss. We are reading the first book in the Amazing Days of Abby Hayes. This is a book that a lot of kids read, but no one really remembers, so thought I'd pull out some of the books that I have from my collection and read through the first one at least. You watch the movie, reading the novelization makes sense. Okay. I feel like if I read The Labyrinth, my brain would hurt. What you watch? Yeah, I imagine it's like there's layers of Labyrinth lore. Third-degree burns. She did. Yeah, she got very badly burned. It's another reason why I'm glad that the Sesame Street episode with her reprising her role as the Wicked Witch of the West it got found because it was apparently a very good experience for her to work on that set and get to kind of like play the character in a safe and fun environment the way she wanted to and not have pretty much only bad memories of it, you know? If you could change your fate, would ya? Yes. That's how I'm gonna picture her speaking now. Alright, where was I? Think positive. Work hard, she told herself. Practice. Become a soccer star. It can happen. She grabbed her notebook, packed it into her backpack, and went downstairs for breakfast. Where is everyone? Abby asked Alex. Her brother, a second grader, was sitting alone at the kitchen table. His hair was sticking straight up, and he had put his shirt on inside out. There was a bowl of sugary colored cereal in front of him, and he was reading a page of newspaper comics. You are going to turn into a comic strip if you eat that cereal, Abby warned. Your skin will become green and your hair will turn pink. Huh? Okay. Alex is like, that sounds awesome. Alex spooned another big bite into his mouth. She took a box of granola from the cupboard and poured it into her favorite blue bowl. This is healthy cereal, Alex. If you want to grow up to be a superstar like Isabel and Eva, you have to eat nutritious and wholesome foods. Her little brother ignored her. He didn't need to grow up to be a superstar. He already was one. Probably all those pink and green food colorings had mutated his brain into present genius state. Which cereals are the pink and green? Is that Fruit Loops? Apple Jacks? I didn't eat either of those growing up. Abby is learning the power of manifestation, I think. On Sesame Street, they were trying to tell kids she wasn't real. They were trying to teach kids how to deal with your fear and negative emotions in a healthy way. It's actually a very like most like all of Sesame Street, really. It's a very thoughtful episode. And then it got pulled because parents were mad and they were like, "It's gonna give my kid nightmares." But it's like it's literally teaching them how to deal with their fear in a way that's not destructive. She make a deal to get her brother back and stay with him till the moment her father and stepmother got home, then become the Goblin Queen. I'm just saying. Backs are orange and green. Okay, sorry. Apparently I know nothing. Which ones are pink and green? The way it was explained to me, Texas, is that the movie, specifically her relationship to Jareth, is a very like abstract. It's meant to be an allegory for her growing up. And there's like a lot. People have done a lot of deep dives into like the lore of Labyrinth, who can explain it better than me. But there was reasoning. It was. There's a lot in Labyrinth that kind of, if you're not paying attention, I think, like for me, speaking for myself, basically, there's a lot that I've had to watch the movie a few times to understand. And then I always watch it and notice something different. I'm like, oh, I never noticed that. Abby opened the refrigerator. Where is everyone? She asks again. Eva's swimming. Isabel's upstairs reading in her history book. Dad's been in his office since 6 a.m., he recited. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, and most of her family was already hard at work. What was wrong with them? Or her? Good morning, Alex and Abby. It was their mother, looking elegant in a navy business suit and pale silk blouse. Her hair was gathered in a bun, and she wore a gold necklace. She kissed Alex on top of his head and gave Abby a quick hug. Mom, what's the working woman's wisdom word of the day? Abby asked. Her mother put her briefcase on the chair. Didn't look at it this morning, honey. I've been busy reviewing a case. Tonight, I won't be home until late, but Dad will be here. She grabbed a bagel, smeared some butter onto it, and wrapped it in a napkin. I'm late, have to run. She picked up her briefcase and blew Abby and Alex a kiss. Wish me luck, I'm in court today. Luck, 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 Abby and Alex chimed. So, do we think she works with the Animorphs, am I blanking on her name? Rachel's mom. Do we think she works with Rachel's mom? Like, are they both on the council? On the same council team? Is Abby's mom a girl boss? I guess so. You get the reasoning. I just don't care. Fair. Very fair, Texas. It's weird, right? Because there's like this weird, like, symbolic romance between those two characters, but like the actors are, one of them is 14 and the other one is 40 something. So that always creeps me out, but like as an adult, I can very much say, don't we all have a crush on Labyrinth David Bowie? It was the ritual chant for their mother whenever she had to appear in court. Their mother smiled at them one last time and disappeared out the door. Alex's head sank downwards against her as she continued to read the comics. Oh, sorry. Alex's head sank downward again as he continued to read the comics. Little doodle. We have a little doodle of her just chilling. A normal day begins in the Hayes household. Everyone is up and about at the crack of dawn except for Abby Hayes, who remains in the dream state. I mean, she's still up. I'm not even conscious at 8 o'clock half the time. said their father, patting into the room in pajamas and slippers. Good morning to all. Dad, you're not dressed, Abby pointed out. That's one of the advantages of working from home. Very true. Her father yawned and rubbed the stubble on his chin. Roll out of bed, grab a cup of coffee, and be at work at the computer 5 minutes later. And of course, spend more time with my children, he added. You two have 10 minutes before you have to leave for school, he patted down Alex's hair. Oh boy, that hair is galloping off your head this morning, and let's put on your shirt one more time. You must have gotten dressed in your sleep. Oof. Dad's making sure his kids don't go out of the house embarrassing themselves without inside-out shirts. King, David Bowie. Being the Goblin Queen does sound like fun. Why not make a monthly Juror novels cinematic universe? Because they would do it if they could, right? Yes, so I'm going to make the I'm going to make the executive decision to say that Abby's mom and Rachel's mom are both prosecutors on the same and work together closely, like out of the same district office kind of thing. This is what I believe because I said so. Two very different tones of books. He kissed Abby. Writing in your journal, hon? Of everyone in the family, Abby felt closest to her father. She wondered if she could confide in him about her soccer dreams. Maybe, or maybe not. After all, he too was one of the wonderful Hazes. He owned his own computer business, designed web pages for his clients, and set them up on the internet. Capitalized. Oh, it's 2000 for real. He took care of a lot of household chores, too. In addition, he coached Eva's lacrosse team and helped Isabel train for debate. Her mother was a lawyer, the mother of 4, a marathon runner, and she sat on the board of several community organizations. Her brother, Alex, was a math and computer genius. Her twin sisters, Eva and Isabel, oh, forget it. Just thinking about what any one member of the family did made Abby feel small and insignificant. Oh. She hoped that someday she could prove that she was deserving to be a Hayes, too. Oh, that makes me sad. That is sad. Her dad, I feel like he's gonna go on to, like, be this, like, highly respected CEO of, like, not Twitter, because I can't imagine respecting the CEO of Twitter currently, but, some big tech company once getting people on the internet capitalized is not that big of a pull. I'm pretty sure it is the novelization Texas, but I could be wrong. Chapter 2, Still Tuesday. All glory comes from daring to begin. Eugene S. Ware, Scenic Country Roads Calendar. Or being forced to begin. I wish we could just skip 5th grade and go straight to middle school. No, you don't. You don't want that. You don't want that at all. Abby looked at her list of school supplies. List of school supplies needed for Ms. Cantor's 5th grade class. Pencils, boring. Pens, blue and red. Why not green and red? Or purple and orange? Bought my favorite purple pen to school anyway. Purple Rebellion. Crayons. No, I'm tired of coloring. I have been coloring since age 2. I love coloring. You're gonna miss coloring one day, Abby. No more coloring with crayons, please. Paper. 2 pocket folders, ruler, pencil, sharpener. Ho-hum supplies as usual. A box of tissues. Will we be crying? List of supplies I wish we needed. Rainbow pens, souvenirs from vacation, seashells, calendars, rocks, lined paper in fluorescent colors, favorite books, CDs, and personal stereos. Do you guys remember, also, earrings for all girls? Do you remember, or guy, anybody who wants to wear earrings, do you guys remember the CDs and personal stereos? First of all, very 2000s, but also, do you guys remember in the Nancy Drew Cursed Blackmore Manor game where Mrs. Drake's like, I know how you teenagers are with your televisions and loud stereos. Like a very corny English accent. It always makes me laugh. Let's go around the class and introduce ourselves, said Miss Cantor. If you can't tell, I picked out this book because I just wanted to read something light and not scarring for once. We've been reading a lot of really heavy stuff. I wanted to just vibe with Chad and read something wholesome and nostalgic, not like, oh, everybody might die nostalgic. But that's just me. We need to read more Goosebumps soon, too. I know everybody misses Goosebumps. Where was I? Let's go around class and introduce ourselves, said Miss Cantor. Let's start with me. I'm Miss Cantor, your 5th grade teacher. Last year, I taught at Swiss Hill Elementary. I have 2 children. My hobbies are astronomy, canoeing, and speaking French. Abby sat in the row across from Jessica. Her notebook was on her lap. Miss Cantor's hair is dark blonde. Her nose is pointy. I can't tell if she's going to be nice or not, but so far she's okay. My voice may give out today, Miss Cantor said. This happens every year during the first week of school. I have to get used to talking in class. She cleared her throat. I had to train my voice to get used to talking a lot when I started doing stream, especially. And sometimes it still gives out. It's a little bit weak today. Hi, Tarfield Owl. I would have died if I skipped 5th grade. Granted, I was relentlessly bullied and struggled socially every year, but 6th grade was the worst. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Josh. That sucks. Kids can be the meanest people on the planet sometimes. Ms. Cantor drew 2 people behind bars. Ms. Cantor is wearing a teacher's dress, one of those long, flowy things. My mother looks better in her suits. She also never looks tired or flushed, and she never clears her throat. Well, your mom isn't teaching a bunch of, 10-year-olds. Maybe it's easier to spend all day with criminals than with kids. That's what my mother said after the school open house last year. She is a criminal prosecutor. What did she mean? I pointed out that probably some of those kids would grow up to be criminals. Haha, I wonder who. Not how unhinged Abby is. It's great. Same, my introverted ass barely spoke the majority of my life, so now when I hang out with people, my throat hurts by the end. Right? It's a thing. You have to, like, train your voice to get stronger. I doubt some of these kids would grow up to be criminals. Ooh, let's go around the room and guess which ones of our classmates are going to end up to be criminals one day. Ms. Cantor cleared her throat again. Abby hoped that she wouldn't do this all year long. 1 week was going to be bad enough. Who's next? Say your name and tell us something about yourself. Brianna stood up. Her toenails were painted glittery orange. She was wearing bell bottoms and a velour t-shirt. You remember when bell bottoms came back in the 2000s for a second? I'm Brianna, she announced, tossing her hair like an actress on a soap opera. I love horseback riding, soccer, and dancing. Brianna brag ratio, 1 brag to 2 sentences. Usual Brianna brag ratio, 20 brags to 1 sentence. Yay, Brianna, Bethany said and stood up. I'm Bethany, Brianna's best friend. She sat down again. Can you tell us a little more about yourself, Bethany? Miss Cantor asked. I like to ice skate. I have a hamster. And I have a hamster, Bethany said, pulling at her earrings. They were tiny silver skates that dangled from her ears like charms. Bethany, this is now the journal again. She's drawing the mean girls. Bethany is Brianna's personal cheerleader. She dresses like Brianna, looks like Brianna, except her hair is blonde, not dark, and acts like Brianna, who says that science has not yet cloned a human being. They haven't met Brianna. Wait, let me go back. And acts like Brianna, who says that science has not yet cloned a human being. They haven't met Brianna and Bethany. Seventh grade when things went downhill. Oh, I'm sorry, Owl. Tarfield Owl. I skipped half 6th, 7th, and most of 8th. Wow. I think I could have skipped, but my parents were like, no, you're not going to school for less time. You're going to the amount of school that you're doing. And I was just like, but Mom. Honestly, with Abby and Rachel might get along so long. It doesn't take place after 2001, spoiler reasons. I was so socially unaware. I wanted to be friends with kids who didn't want to be my friends. And I was too socially unaware to recognize or form a connection with those who did. That's very relatable, Joss. I think a lot of people have been through that, especially as a kid. Bell bottoms should stick around all the time because they are so comfortable and make you feel like a badass. It's true. You always feel like a disco king, queen, gender, non-binary icon. Labyrinth graphic novels. Ooh, very fun. Zach and Tyler stood up at the same time. We like electronics, games, and computers, they chanted in unison. They're cute, Brianna whispered loudly to Bethany. No Game Boys in school, Miss Cantor warned, pointing to Zach's backpack. And she writes in her journal, no Game Boys in school. Z and T are going to be miserable. Last year, they brought their games every day to play at recess and after school. If they have to leave them at home, they will wither and sicken. P.S. Did I hear Brianna say that Z and T are cute? Ugh, what is so cute about them? They are loud, dumb, and obsessed with technology. The other students introduced themselves in turn. Megan and Rachel had gone away to sleepaway camp. John had played basketball and visited Norway with his family. There was a new girl in the class. Her family had moved to town just a few weeks ago. Her name was Natalie. She was small and thin with short dark hair. I like to read, she said in a quiet voice. My favorite books are the Harry Potter books. This is so 2000s. This is so 2000. I've read them each 9 times, but this is 2000, so there should only be like 3 of them out at the current time, so that's not to say anything bad about her, but that isn't quite as impressive as the none of the long ones had been written yet, so you know. I also have a chemistry set. I like to do experiments. As she sat down, she caught Abby's eye and smiled quickly, then looked away. New girl seems nice, not loud and braggy like Brianna and Bethany. Maybe she wants to eat lunch with Jessica and me. Wonder if she has a good dessert to trade. Note to self, must stop thinking about desserts. This is not the way to become a soccer star. Look, you can eat desserts and become a soccer star. I'm not a soccer star, but I assume they can eat dessert sometimes. I skipped like I was on head leave in the education. Interesting. What about Game Gears? Did anybody have a Game Boy? I never had. The only handheld game we had, my brother had a DS, and I would borrow it sometimes. But I don't feel terribly bad about people part. Sent you this book. This is actually one of mine that I found on my own. I don't think this is one that I have several books from this series from my childhood because I was obsessed with them. I think this is one of the ones I found either on Goodwill or in an eBay lot or something like that recently. Hey, pizza. Hello, hello, hello. 'Tis I. Hello, pizza. Still have the OG Game Boy. Nice. Also, I have ear infection. Yay. Oh, I hate those, Patrick. I got an ear infection when I was 11 in a swimming pool that wasn't properly chlorinated, and from then on, my whole life, I've just had chronic ear infections. It's lovely. All right. It was Jessica's turn. For the first day of school, she had worn overalls and a black tank top. She had pinned peace signs and little hearts all over the overall straps. Her hair was in a ponytail. She pulled out a photo of a spaceship. This is what I want to do when I get older, she said. I plan to be an astronaut. Also, I have asthma. I love apricot jam, and Abby is my best friend. Very nice, Jessica, Ms. Cantor said. Next, Abby jumped to her feet. I'm Abby. Suddenly, she couldn't think of a thing to say. That she had a calendar collection? Too weird. That she wanted to be a star soccer player? Not yet. That she had 3 super sibs. The less said about them, the better. Who was she, anyway? My best friend is, Jessica. This year my parents are, letting me, bike to my store, to the store by myself. I love to write, she finished in a burst of inspiration. Miss Cantor cleared her throat. All right. Thank you, Abby. I'm looking forward to getting to know you all very well. Now let's go over the classroom rules. She wrote on the blackboard. Raise your hand to talk. Respect others. No hitting. No bad language. Turn your homework every morning. If you forget to bring it in, you must make it up at recess. I mean, those first 4 are pretty Those first 4 are pretty applicable in just normal life, I think. Early licensed games were good, and quite a few were near impossible. Interesting. What's up? What am I missing? Chat moved fast. Only game, but it was Tetris. 2. Oh, that's cool. Got repeated ear infections from bathwater. Oof. Almost fainted yesterday. It will do that. It makes your like balance gets all thrown off, and then you're just like, oh, I'd quite like to pass out right now. You can get an ear infection so easily. For instance, never finished Lilo and Stitch for Game Boy Advance ever. I've heard people talk about how unnecessarily hard that game was. Never played it, but heard it was very hard. For the ear infections, do you put rubbing alcohol in your ears with a cotton ball? That helped a lot whenever you go swimming and would prevent you from getting infections. I can't remember the last time I went swimming, but as far as like when I get an ear infection, something that really, really helps is witch hazel. That really helps in the ears. Rubbing alcohol, yeah. Anything to get it clean and, do all the things. You start getting those lumps behind your ears and you're just like, no, not again, please. I just have like scar tissue from just having so many of them from childhood. Anyway, back to this book. Where was I? Abby exchanged glances with Jessica. Same rules since kindergarten, except for the one about homework. She wanted new ones. She picked up her journal. I believe there is, at some point in the series, she does go on to middle school, and then things get not crazy, but like, oof, middle school. Yikes. Once I had an ear infection so bad that my eardrum burst. I got sick when I was sorry, I'm getting off topic. For anybody who's new, everybody's used to this. I'm so sorry. I got sick. I went to visit family in Maine. I got sick with the flu while I was up there. It was the middle of either January or February. I can't remember. I had to fly home a day later, and I was still having so much like ear stuff going on. I genuinely thought I'd burst an eardrum. I don't believe I did, but I thought I did because you like fly in a plane and like the pressure is not good for that situation. Only mod here for today if Ellery and Paulo shows it. Well, thank you, Derprex, for being the knight of bot, the lone knight of bot out there. I'm also here to, if I see it while I'm in between reading, I'll obviously be able to catch it. But thank you. She wanted new ones. She picked up her journal. Abby's superior classroom rules. Stand on your head to talk. Once a week, all students speak gibberish. No sneakers worn backwards. Pink is forbidden. At that age, I hated pink too, but I've grown to appreciate pink. I actually very much like a good pink now. Earrings required, or parents will be sent to principal's office. She slid her notebook over to Jessica. Her best friend sketched a picture of Brianna upside down with a speech balloon coming out of her mouth. I've never heard it called a speech balloon other than here. It said Hulk. I don't know how you're supposed to say that. It's gibberish. The two girls began to laugh. Ms. Canto clapped her hands. Pay attention, everyone. She did not consume the chart. She consulted the chart. Sorry. Abby, Jessica, settle down now. 5th grade is a very important year. It prepares you for middle school, where you will have much more responsibility. Abby and Jessica looked at each other and sighed. Grade school as usual, Abby muttered. Now that she was in 5th grade, she knew the routine all too well. After all, she had been in this school since kindergarten. It is so nice to read a book for once in a while where a kid is just going through regular kid stuff instead of like, oh, I might die, saving the world. Got swimmer's ear for the first time when I was 9 and I hated it. I was Then I once got a double ear infection and strep throat, and I was so out of the pain, barely registered. Yeah, I've had that too. The double ear infection and strep throat, not fun. Infections all the time as a kid. The doctor never figured out why they kept coming back, and he thinks that's the reason his hearing is right ear is so bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I stopped reading a couple books after we started middle school because the social stuff became annoying and uninterested to me. Yeah. Not to be off topic, but I'm getting. Oh, I'm always off topic. You can be off topic. Pumped for the Barbie movie. It looks so campy, and I'm so ready. I'm actually ready for it too. I'm actually really ready for it. We should cover some of the old Barbie movies to celebrate in our own way. I saw a trailer for it, or an ad for it on TikTok last night, and I was like, you know what? This actually looks like it could be hilarious. Ken, did you bring your rollerblade? Did you bring your rollerblades? I don't go anywhere without them. She wished she were 11. She wished she were in 6th grade. Now I'm just picturing 11 from Stranger Things. Sorry. She wished she were in middle school, changing classes every hour. She wished why? Why would you want to? No. She wished she had pierced ears like a lot of the other girls in 5th grade. She wished she were a soccer star. I have very exciting things to tell you. I'm pretty sure she only wants to be a soccer star because the rest of her family is very sporty. I don't think the soccer thing comes up pretty much ever again. I have a very exciting thing to tell you, Ms. Cantor was saying. Abby came out of her dream. Exciting. 5th grade? She didn't think so. This year, for this class only, we are going to have a special workshop every week. A friend of mine is coming to give you, she cleared her throat, a creative writing tutorial. Ooh. Abby sat up straight in her chair. She had never had a creative writing class before. The teacher's name is Ms. Bunder, and she will be coming every Thursday morning. Brianna raised her hand. A poem of mine was published last year. She glanced over at Zach and Tyler to see if they were listening. Abby nudged Jessica. Brianna's a poet? What did she write? Rhymes about her horse? Let's call her a horse girl derogative? Jesus. Yes, Margot Robbie looks almost exactly. It's uncanny, isn't it? Isn't it shocking how much she looks like the original Barbie? The next Doctor is in the Barbie movie. That is true. A new sentence, surely, that this generation has brought into the world. Nice, Brianna. Maybe you can bring it in. It's quite a coincidence, but Miss Bunder is a published poet as well. Miss Bunder was a published poet? Abby could hardly wait. What would they write? Stories, essays, chapter books, whatever it was, she was ready. Maybe 5th grade won't be so bad, she said to Jessica. I hope Miss Bunder doesn't clear her throat as much as Ms. Cantor, Jessica whispered back. Well, I hope Miss Bunder doesn't clear it as much as Miss Cantor. Abby, there's some free ASMR for you. There you go. Abby didn't care if Ms. Bunder cleared her throat 100 times a minute. Writing, ooh, that would be painful. Writing was Abby's favorite subject, and they were going to have a class every week. Thursday was only 2 days away. Yeah, in the Barbie movie, it's true. 11 in the morning, me. Perfect. I'll read my book instead of wasting my time. Yeah. Not be a good movie, but I think it will be a fun movie. Yes. Yes. And for me, that is enough. Yes, that's my thing with campy movies. A good campy movie might not be a technically good movie. Not that we know that it won't be, but it doesn't have to be. It just has to be fun. Like I'd much rather watch you're doing. I'd much rather watch the Barbie movie than like one of the like dreary Oscar bait movies that are like way overhyped, you know? That everybody pretends to love and then nobody actually watches those movies. Gender politics, which I can definitely see working. I can definitely see that working, and it might end up just being like genuinely good. Yeah, we never know. I'm very excited. Hi, Milo. Did I tell you I saw D&D? No, but Natasha also saw it. She saw it with her current D&D group, and she thought it was a lot of fun. Her only criticism was she wished there was more bard stuff. Yes, Milo, we are back on the girly girl book wagon, so that we can have an actual normal nostalgic read with no like trauma, hopefully. Like normal, stuff. Chapter 3, Thursday morning. A rose is a rose is a rose is a rose. Gertrude Stein. Flowers by Day calendar. The Ranger in D&D. OMG, they didn't fuck it up. I've heard it's good. I've heard everybody was worried, but I heard it was good. Roses are red, violets are blue. My siblings are geniuses. I wish I was too. Original poetry by Abby Hayes. Roses are red, violets are blue. Eva's a star athlete. I'm gonna be one too. Yeah, she wants to be a star athlete to compete with her sister. A poem by Abigail Hayes. Has anybody else ever sat and thought about what your pen name would be if you wrote books? Or do you have a pen name if you do write books? I'm always curious. Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm sick of this poem. You probably are too. Verse by A. Hayes. Ooh. Who is Ms. Bunder? The eager crowd of students milling about the playground before school has nothing else on its mind. The excitement is nonstop. Some sample conversations overheard by our roving reporter, Zach. When you come over to my house after school, we can try out the new game. Tyler, I heard the graphics are great. The reporter moves on. Game Boy graphics. The reporter moves on in search of a better conversation. Brianna, loudly, near Z and T. The Hot Shots are performing at the farmer's market on Saturday. I'm doing a solo number. Bethany, yay, Brianna. Okay, let's try again. The roving reporter eavesdrops on another conversation. Natalie, mumble mumble. Harry Potter, mumble mumble. Jessica, when I'm an astronaut, what is wrong with today's 5th graders? They are not dying with curiosity about Ms. Bunder's creative writing class. Ms. Bunder's name is not on all their lips. They are acting as though it's school as usual. 9:02 a.m. Only 1 hour and 58 minutes until creative writing. 9:04 a.m. 1 hour and 56 minutes left. 9:15 a.m. We must do math distraction. Thank goodness. 9:37 a.m. Finish math in record time. 9:44 a.m. Ms. Cantor returns. Math sheet to me. All problems must be redone. What is on your mind, Abby? She said. 9:45 a.m. Reworking math problems. 10:05 a.m. Still reworking math problems. 10:14 a.m. Spelling books out. Distraction. 10:30 a.m. Finish spelling in record time. 10:35 a.m. Ms. Cantor returns. Spelling to me. All words must be rewritten. 10:42 a.m. Rewriting spelling words. 10:57 a.m. Where is she? 10:58 a.m. Someone has walked in the classroom, but I don't think it can be Ms. Bunder. She's too young. She's too pretty. She is wearing bell bottoms. Too pretty? What, writers can't be pretty? Wearing bell bottoms and a silky dark blue t-shirt. I love her sandals. They are black platforms. Her necklace is great too. It's silver with blue stones. I wonder who she is. Ms. Bunder's college-age daughter? Here to help Ms. Bunder? Like, writers can't be young and pretty. That's not legal. He is everything. He's just Ken. We all Ken is Barbie, Ned is Nancy. Yeah, although from the post, I feel like I'm going to appreciate Ken in a way that I've never been able to appreciate Barbie. Weirdly enough, the creator of Barbie named Barbie after her daughter and Ken after her son, which has interesting implications to me that I don't really like thinking about. But, I know she just named them after whatever, but then they started dating and that's strange. Free Guy on Disney. Yeah, I've heard Free Guy is good. You mentioned Goosebumps earlier. Have you read I Am Fine? I loved the book as a kid. I have not read that. Very similar to Goosebumps with a lot of good mystery. I will look for it. That sounds fun. Margot Robbie in Barbie. Okay, I can see that. Build Owl. Yeah, Margot Robbie's great. Marvel Owl, would you? I would just go by a common username I have. Um, the trailer. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. How are you doing today? Barbie? Me. Are all the girls? Yes, all the girls are Barbie. All the girls are Barbie. It's not like my scenes where they all have their own like personalities and looks. They're all Barbie. Every Barbie is Barbie. Script writer than a book author. Ooh, fun. Yeah, I've never written a book. I've written several short film scripts. So that's fun. Oh, of course they were going to use Barbie Girl by Aqua. It would be a shame not to. Hot take. I would rather see a bad movie where the cast and crew enjoyed themselves and had fun rather than a good movie where method actors torture themselves and cast members are abused. Agreed. And you can feel it, can't you? You can feel in a movie if the people making it had a good experience or not. I don't know if that's just me, but like there's an energy that comes through when people are actually energized to do their job. I love Monster, yes. Um Hard Sorcerer, Druid, and Paladin. Nice. Published. Story is under Smith, but I want to change that to use Adriel. Considered using second name as a middle initial. That's cool. Name is also a thing because I might want to use my mom's maiden name instead of Smith, and it's about found. Yeah, I never was sure of what my pen name would be. I always figured I'd have one, just because it felt very posh to have a pen name, but never wrote anything, so never had to figure out why. Well, never wrote anything published, so never had to figure out a pen name. Character, so she's going to be so mad. I think it's a commentary on the way that. Well, I don't actually know. I could only assume. Like a commentary on like the high gender expectations on Barbie, how they all kind of every one of them is Barbie and every one of them is perfect, and I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll have to watch the movie and see. Um, some power move casting. He looks like he had so much fun playing that character. Abby slid her journal into her desk and watched the young woman put down a stack of brand new notebooks. Then she glanced at the door for a sign of Ms. Bunder's arrival. She still wasn't here. The young woman clapped her hands for attention. Good morning, everyone. She was definitely too young to be Ms. Bunder. In fact, she didn't look much older than Eva and Isabel. Abby hoped she wasn't a high school student who knew the amazing Hayes girls. It was bad enough having twin, overachieving ninth grade sisters. One with a straight A average, and president of her class, the other a star on every sport imaginable. Did people have to expect the same from Abby? Where was Ms. Bunder? Jessica leaned toward Abby. I like her outfit, she whispered. Even Brianna, first in the fifth grade to wear colored lip gloss and paint her toenails, was eyeing her enviously. Oh, back in the 2000s, the colored lip gloss was everything. The scented ones? Oh my god. I can still smell like the strawberry and the apple ones. I'm very excited about this class. I had strawberry shortcake branded ones. I remember this very clearly. I got it from Claire's. Very excited about this class, the young woman said. We're going to do lots of work writing together. Is she Miss Bunder? Abby said in shock. She can't be. She looks nice, Jessica said, whoever she is. Do any of you keep a journal? Miss Bunder asked. Abby raised her hand. Great, Miss Bunder smiled at her. Does anyone write poems or stories? Brianna's hand went up like a rocket. I've published a poem, she said, in my family newsletter. Tyler raised his hand. I've written a story about a kid who gets lost in a computer. His face reddened. Zach helped me. Actually, that sounds great. That sounds like Or am I thinking of the wrong thing? That was definitely a cartoon. Alan for sure. I like that. Revolution, Ken Revolution. Lexheimer, I love it. Sort of. Congratulations, Adriel. That's amazing. Gives Tron, honestly, yes. Keep writing, kid. You could do it. Sounds like he writes stuff that we would read here on this channel and talk and discuss. Well, Ms. Bunder said, I'm glad that some of you already write for pleasure. I want everyone to enjoy this class. Abby and Jessica exchanged glances at Ms. Bunder's. Ms. Bunder's class seemed promising already. We're going to do a lot of writing this year. We'll be working on stories, poems, and articles, as well as writing in a journal every day. Oh my god! So I'm now headcanoning that they are part of the California Diaries universe and the Animorphs universe, even though we all know that those happen across the country from each other because we've just decided that Animorphs is in Florida, regardless of whatever anybody else says. But still, canon. It's my headcanon. I know. I was explaining the concept of headcanoning to my dad yesterday, and he was fascinated. He picked up a notebook. I've brought one for each of you. We'll start immediately. Brianna whispered something to Bethany. Tyler looked pleased. I have lots of ideas to get you started, Miss Bunder took some chalk and wrote, School year resolutions. Dare to dream. What do you want to achieve this year? Summer summary. Your best and worst memories of the summer. Tell me about yourself. Who are you? What do you look like? What do you love to do? Write about your family and friends. Ms. Bunder paused. These are just a few ideas to get you going. Choose one and write 3 paragraphs or more in your new notebook. I'll check them regularly. She walked up and down the aisles, passing out the notebooks and exchanging a few words with each student. Abigail Hayes, Ms. Bunder stood in front of her, holding a purple notebook. Abby's name was written in purple letters on a laminated card on top of her desk. Had Ms. Bunder realized she loved purple from looking at the name card? Do you like to be called Abigail or Abby? Ms. Bunder asked. Everyone calls me Abby except my grandmother. Grandmothers have their own rules, the teacher said. Mine used to call me Violet after a friend of hers. My real name is Elizabeth. You look way too young to be a teacher, Abby blurted. I bet they made you show your teaching ID when you arrived in school, Ms. Bunder laughed. The secretary looked like she wanted to. As Ms. Bunder moved on to the next student, Abby pulled out her old journal. It wasn't purple, like the one Ms. Bunder had just given her. It was black and white, and written all over. She was almost on the last page. She raised her hand. Ms. Bunder, can I finish my old journal before I start the new one? And can I write in purple ink? Yes and yes, Ms. Bunder replied. Double positive. I'm going to write about electronic games, Tyler announced. Brianna had written in large pink letters, Brianna, hotshot dancer and future captain of the soccer team. She drew a little heart over the I in her name. Abby opened her old black and white journal. Ms. Bunder's family lives near Ms. Cantor's, and she used to babysit for Ms. Cantor's son and daughter. Then she went away to college and decided to become a teacher and a writer. She has published poems and short stories and led creative writing workshops. We are the first elementary class she has ever taught. Ms. Bunder has now cleared her. Wait, Ms. Bunder has not cleared her throat once. She laughs at jokes. She makes jokes. We can use any color ink. No invisible ink, was all she said. Ha ha, I wonder who would have tried that. Probably Zach or Tyler. Double positive for creative writing class and Ms. Bunder. Abby opened her new notebook and wrote at the top of the page, New Improved Purple Journal. Around her was the sound of pens scratching on paper and pages turning. In a few moments, she was so busy writing she didn't notice it anymore. Gifted program or anything, really, so they just had to figure out what to do every year. Oh. Every book is connected when you think of them as as in a multiverse. Yes, yes. And in third grade, they ended up having me work on creative writing with a teacher. The school newspaper included poems, and I got to read one in assembly. Oh, that's cute. Pretty sure that was the one about American flag, though. Oh. Hello, people. I just see that some people popped in the chat. Welcome. We're having a very chill stream. One, because we've just been reading a lot of really intense books lately, or just things like Imagines. And God help us, we're trying to block out Monoland. So I just thought it'd be nice to just read just like a very kind of low key, I guess is no, maybe that's not the right word. Just a very like non what's the word I'm looking for? Just a very like normal, safe children's novel. I know a lot of people have said that they remember this one. I read these a lot. And also, it's going to be a stream light week this week. I mean, we're still doing 3 streams, which is probably not considered stream light for most people, but it's less than we do because we're not doing our Friday Animorph stream or our Saturday stream with Gabe this week just because we're all busy on holiday / family / just being busy things. And yeah, I wanted to make sure that we didn't just have. It felt weird having California Diaries be the only book we're gonna read this week, especially since it's the Sunny Diary, and that's gonna be very, very hard. And I did not want that to be the only thing other than Kingdom Hearts that we would have going on for us. So this is just a little nice, chill stream for everybody who is not able to partake in the Sunny stream, which is totally understandable, or just, you know, it's a different vibe than that. So that's what we're doing today. Suddenly dinosaurs, yeah. That dinosaur from Scooby-Doo just comes flying in. Is like, there's the pterodactyl. Short play and some short stories published in my college publication for staff and students. Oh, that's great. I love that. I keep telling myself I need to just start. I don't know, maybe I'll take one of my like long like pet project ideas for a fantasy novel and start posting it as like a web serial just to keep me on track. But I know it's one of those things where I'm just like, oh, I want to do it, but I want to make sure I do it right, and then I never do it. I just need to start. Abby opened her new notebook and wrote at the top of the page, "New improved purple journal." Around her was the sound of pen scratching in paper and pages turning. In a few moments, she was so busy writing that she didn't notice it anymore. Chapter 4, Friday. To dream the impossible dream, making moments count calendar. That song is from some play my mother is always talking about. She sings this stupid song all the time. It's annoying. I can't get the words out of my head. Is soccer an impossible dream or a possible dream? I must make myself into somebody, otherwise I will be nobody. She doesn't want to be a forget-a-girl. Abby's soccer goals. Turn myself into a great player. Soccer is one of the few sports that Eva, super sib, super athlete, and twin of super student Isabel, does not play. How fast can I do it? Can I do it in 6 weeks? Probably not, but that's just me. Must train, eat healthy, foods, no more potato chips, read sports section of newspaper. Remember being a kid and just thinking, oh, just having the healthiest diet just means not eating potato chips. Read sports section of newspaper. Pick up tips from successful players. Start today, don't delay. Does this mean I have to sacrifice the brownies that Alex and I made to a greater cause? Sigh. I packed 2 in my lunch. Maybe I will offer one to Jessica and one to the new girl, Natalie. A welcoming gesture. Other goals for the year. Do math homework right away so 7-year-old genius brother Alex will not find it and do it in seconds. He does her homework for fun. Oh my god. He's To show me up. He's just bored with second grade math. Too bad he can't do Eva and Isabel's math assignments yet. That would show them. Haha. Get ears pierced. Never eat lima beans again. Lima beans are mid, I guess. They're fine. They're good in stuff. Hi, Bernie. How's everyone? I saw the new Mario movie today, and I enjoyed it. If you get the chance, say, go check it out when you can. It's now a movie. This 93 Mario movie. That's awesome, Noah. Wait, what's happening? Oh, yes, that is awesome. I had a poem in one of my school's journals, and I got to work on the editing team with one, so I was able to be part of the selection process and then work with one to edit. Nice, that's really cool. Love that. I was homeschooled. Speaking of the math, the 7-year-old that's doing way too much math. I was homeschooled, so what we would do is if I was excelling at math, like if I was doing well in math, my mom would just go up a grade and up a grade and up a grade until I was doing like math like way far ahead of my grade, and that got old real fast. Dark Crystal is now free to watch on YouTube. Ooh, nice. Like the original movie, that's super fun. Just maybe it's a sign. I need to finally cover that movie. Hello everybody in chat. Something about me. I love calendars. I have 73. My favorites are, does anybody have collections? Does anybody collect stuff? I collect enamel pins and tarot cards. I don't know if you can count I call my books like my book collection, but it's really just I read a lot and I've kind of accumulated a small library of books. The kid's book I brought, however, open could not unbox and rebox. Oh, thank you, Noah. That's so sweet. I absolutely loved the package that you sent. I cannot wait to have the Hex Girls up, and I'm going to live in the shirt all the time. Two people work to make one person's work as strong and true to the intent as possible. That sounds delightful. In Discord, yes, thank you. Monster High dolls. I had a collection of replica Harry Potter wands when I was younger. Ooh, fun. I used to collect pop vinyls when I was younger. I don't really collect those. I kind of grew out of the pop vinyl phase years ago, but I love calendars. I have 73. My favorites are Abby's World calendar that my father made on his computer. Aw, Dad of the Year. Features pictures of me as a sunflower in a stroller and dumping pots of water on Jessica at age 5. A Spuds calendar. The calendar lovers calendar that I made using my father's digital camera. I took pictures of my walls as they changed every month and made a calendar from them. Haha, I bet no one else has ever thought of doing that. Calendarception. Book I wrote. Oh, well maybe one day I will read your book. I think that would be great. Never seen Monster High. Is that terrible? I think I'm going to love creative writing class. I'm glad Ms. Bunder's name is Elizabeth, not Violet. I'm glad I'm called Abby, not Abigail. Abigail is too old-fashioned. It sounds like someone who lived during the Revolutionary War and sat in her parlor sewing all day. I hate sewing. I love sewing. Thank goodness I live today and not then. That is good. That's very good. And thank goodness Ms. Bunder isn't a teenager. She graduated from college, so she must be at least 22. Is this in the journal that the teacher's gonna read? If so, very funny. She doesn't know my super sisters either. I'm the first haze she has met. She said she might call me Purple Haze because I like purple so much. Aw. Purple Haze is the name of a famous song from the 60s. Ms. Cantor says she remembers it. Summery. The Hayes family went to Vermont. Super Sib Eva biked up and down the mountains with friends. Super Sib Isabel talked nonstop about 100 Years' War, known to 5th grade sister as 100 Years Bore. Super Sib Alex designed computerized robots without computer. Computerized robots without computer. Huh. How do you do that? Mother read legal briefs and visited antique stores and historic towns. Father drove car, made bad jokes, and introduced self to new business contacts. Abby Hayes purchased Fences of Vermont calendar, some maple syrup candy, and salt and pepper shakers in shape of cow. Friday evening. After school today, we had tryouts for the all-city soccer team. Mr. Stevens, our gym teacher, will be the coach. He says no one who wants to play soccer will be excluded. Anyone can join the team if they are willing to improve. Mr. Stevens is nice. He never yells at kids who aren't good at sports. He tries to make them feel good about what they can do. Encouraging pat on shoulder when I passed ball to wrong person. Keep up the good work, Abby. When I kicked the ball out of bounds. Good try when I missed the ball completely. Am apparently lacking in natural talent. Will have to work hard to become soccer star. Everybody has to work hard. A talent is kind of a myth. Natural born talent. It was put. Thank you, Toonie. Guys, Toonie has done some great California Diaries We Hate Dawn inspired merch. The one with Dawn as a snake and she's holding the pen that says Dawn's Diary and the coiled up tail. I love it so much. I love both of them. Last year, Mattel started releasing limited edition Monster High dolls under the Haunt Couture name. I have the original 5 release consisting of Cleo, Laguna, Claudine, Frankie, and Draculara. I feel like it would be something that I would like. Like, I haven't avoided watching it. I hope I get to see it at some point. I want the San Diego Comic-Con 2016 exclusive Monster High doll of Frankie Stein as a Ghostbuster. That sounds phenomenal. I'm thinking of naming a character Margaret and having it because her family was very conservative. She was probably named by aunt, which is very terrible. Margaret. Brianna has unpleasant habit of shrieking when person misses ball or passes to wrong team. Natalie, new girl, agrees about Brianna. Rachel and Megan are very good soccer players. So is Jessica, even when she has asthma. I cannot tell any of these children apart. I will forget all of their names except for Abby, I think. Jessica says she will definitely join All City Team. I will too. It is my only chance for stardom. Best friend Jessica has offered to help me work on soccer skills this weekend. I want to improve for practice. Begin. Actually, these are not bad doodles for a 10-year-old in her journal with just a pen. At the end of next week, using power of mind, I will transform myself into great athlete. Note, I don't know why I read that in Tommy Wiseau's voice, but it feels like something he would say. Using power of mind, I will transform myself into great athlete. Note, does my handwriting reveal bold determination and unstoppable desire to succeed? Check Jessica's handwriting analysis book. Why does power of mind make me think of superhero commercials? Will I become over-muscled cartoon? Probably not. Arms too skinny. She just becomes, what's his name? The really jacked guy in Full Metal Alchemist with the little curl of hair on his head. Went home and ate plate of cookies to celebrate the decision to turn self into great athlete. Yay! Just a character, apparently, when I'm not into Monster High. It's more my sister's thing. That's good. Representation is always good. Good representation, as long as it's, good, actual good representation. That's always, always fun. Chapter 5, Saturday. What we learn to do, we learn by doing. Rhode Island Cats calendar. Oh, did my mother design that calendar? Rhode Island Cats? That sounds like she would love that. Book away Maybe. I have one of the FNAF books. I got it. I found it at a Goodwill, and I thought it might be funny to read on stream sometime, especially if we ever decide to play the games, because yes, the games are getting very kind of old. Talking with a family friend about when I was like 6 or 7, maybe, while our parents were doing their RPG sessions, and my cousin, 4.5 years old, was teaching me long division to. Yeah, that's funny. I keep them. I don't know. Well, if you keep them and it happens to be one of the ones that I have, you could always read along with me whenever that happens. If we decide to do that. Keep me occupied. So much fun, but terrible for school engagement. Which fanfare book? The FNAF. As far as FNAF, I'll have to check. I actually have 2 of them. One's more recent than the other one. I'll if I can remember, I'll post about it in the books section of the Discord. Fazbear Frights 1 through 11. I think I have one of the Fazbear Frights. I'm not sure which one. It's probably somewhere in the 1 through 11, but I'll check. I learned today that Shade 1963 public domain because they messed up the filing's copyright. That's the same thing with House on Haunted Hill. Yeah, they messed up the copyright, and so like on a weird technicality, it's just also in the public domain. FNAF, stupid autocorrect. I knew what you meant. Math. I'm terrible with math. Generation of Monster High has introduced non-binary characters, autistic characters, drag queen voiced by Trixie Mattel. Yes, we love Trixie in this house. And finally introduced a same-sex relationship. That sounds awesome. I love that. If we don't learn anything from doing, what then, huh? Bought World Cup soccer calendar with weekly allowance. Put it on wall across from bed. We'll see soccer players first thing in morning when I open my eyes. Did anybody get an allowance as a kid? My parents' general philosophy was like, you do chores because you live here. I don't like we very briefly did allowance, but that didn't last long because my parents were like, no, you're gonna do chores because you live here. We're not gonna pay you money. Put it on wall across from bed. We'll see soccer players first thing in morning when I open my eyes. I like how it's written like somebody writing in a hurry. Read sports page today, searching for gems of wisdom. Learn that some professional athletes train 8 hours a day or more. This inspires me to practice without cease. Gonna start doing the what did Drew Gooden do? The Tom Brady diet workout plan thing. I got no allowance, but I got an allowance, but not for chores. No. Seeing Trixie perform and the next year Katya were highlights of my career journey. Oh, that's amazing. Take a week-long summer class in high school to help improve my math score on the ACT. I wasn't too upset because I was very attracted to the math teacher. Always helps when the math teacher is cute. Got into FNAF because Roxanne Wolf. My brother was really into FNAF. I've played, I think I've played a couple of the games, but I've never beaten any of them. I've never made it through the 5 nights. You're doing it wrong. Last books 1 through 14, 1 through 3 volumes of Labyrinth, Fraggle Rock. Those sound all like amazing books. Always the math teachers. Yep. Again, something I would not know, but school taught me that there's always at least TV taught me that when you go to school, there's always at least one cute teacher. see. I'm getting so off topic. You're reading so slowly through this not very long book. Abby kicked the soccer ball up the porch stairs for the 123rd time. It smacked against the door, widening the hole in the screen. It had been a tiny hole when she began her practice. Now it was not so tiny. Abby hoped no one would notice. Someone will notice. The ball dribbled down the stairs and into the bushes. Abby sighed. She had crawled into the bushes many times already. There were scratches on her arms and legs to prove it. She sat down on the steps and rubbed her foot. It was sore. She wondered if she was kicking wrong. Maybe soccer cleats would help. Yes, soccer cleats are gonna help a lot. Don't claim to be an expert, but I do know that. Jessica was coming over soon to practice with her. She had promised to show her juggling, heading, and passing. It sounded mysterious and difficult. After Abby hoped it was more fun than kicking a ball up and down the stairs. She picked up her journal. Must keep up positive attitude or all is lost. The early bird gets the worm. I do not eat worms, even fried ones. Also, dislike getting up. Ugh, that made me. Ugh. I just had a flashback to the Haunted Mask where they put the worm in her sandwich. I hate that. I've always hated that. It grossed me out as a kid, and it grosses me out now, and it triggers a gag reflex that I don't like. Also dislike getting up early. Try another slogan. Fair. I also hate getting up early. The little acorn grows into a mighty oak. I will be like the acorn. Future greatness now unseen. But what if someone kicks me into a concrete sidewalk? Or if a squirrel eats me? Or, Daddy, I want that squirrel. Or if I never fall off the tree, the little rip in the screen door grows into a mighty tear. Will family accept this as excuse? Hey, Abby. It was Jessica. She was wearing soccer cleats and shin guards and a new yellow jersey. Her inhaler was stuck in the right pocket of her shorts. She was dribbling her soccer ball. I almost said social ball? I have no idea why my brain does that. Does anybody else have that where, like, you're reading and, like, words get swapped out for other words because your brain just is like, nope, gives you a different word? What are you writing? Abby put down her notebook. Inspiration from my mother's working woman's wisdom word of the day. Jessica raised an eyebrow. She and Abby were always reading, but Jessica read science fiction and fantasy, not her mother's daily calendars. Abby guessed she might be the only girl in 5th grade to read calendars in her spare time. She hoped that was nothing to worry about. She already had plenty of things to worry about, like her wild, tangly red hair, her brilliant and athletic family, and the soccer team. Ready to practice? Jessica asked. Sure, why not? Jessica kicked the ball to Abby. It whirled through the grass and landed in front of her. Abby stared at the ball. What was she supposed to do now? Dribble it? The word made her think of babies drooling. She imagined someone teething on a giant soccer ball at the end of a pacifier. Now pass it back to me. The ball flew through the air. Jessica kicked it with her knee. That's called juggling, she said. The ball doesn't touch the ground. You can hit it with your knees or chest or head. What if you played with oranges? Abby said, like real juggling. Or if the oranges were overripe, squish, orange juice. Abby thought of Brianna with the orange pulp dripping down her face. It was a good thought, even more inspiring than the one about the little acorns. It reminds me of Cinderella's story with Hilary Duff, where she imagines her stepmother's face, Jennifer Coolidge's stepmother's face, on the baseball, so she hits it and it's a home run. She would try to remember it when Brianna was screaming at someone on the field. Kick it, Abby, Jessica yelled. Get into the goal. Get it into the goal. That's it. Keep moving. Abby abruptly stopped in mid-kick. 3 people had come into the yard. Her 7-year-old brother, Alex, and her twin 14-year-old sisters, Isabel and Eva. They were all staring at her. She hoped they hadn't been there long, especially the twins. Alex gazed admiringly at Abby. He loved whatever she did. Oh, no matter what it was, even if he could do it better. Oh. Alex wasn't an athlete, but he knew every strategy for every computer or electronic game invented. Abby thought of him as her secret weapon. Someday, when Tyler and Zach were just too much to bear, she was going to introduce them to her little, skinny, second grade brother. He would beat them at any game they could name. In a few years, Alex, YouTube is going to be a thing, and then Alex is going to be like the biggest gaming star on the whole platform. When I was 5 to buy a Fairy Princess Playmobil castle. Ooh, nice. I thought he was cute because he kind of had a nerdy but confident vibe to him. Those are the best vibes, the nerdy but confident. My world history teacher was a 10 and I had a huge crush on her. ADHD goes burr. Teacher. Soccer, sports in general isn't your cup of tea. She's trying to fit in with the rest of her family and she's not understanding that that's not her thing. The only time dyslexia I have, and it fucks me up. Yeah, I've never been like formally diagnosed with dyslexia, but the more I read out loud to people, the more I'm confronted with the way that I struggle with reading, and I'm like, I wonder, and especially with the directional thing, I'm there are moments where I'm like, I wonder if I'm like low-key dyslexic. I have no idea. I feel like Abby, obvious crush on her writing teacher, was good for my young gay heart. It's true, right? I never thought about this when I was 10 and reading it, but she absolutely has a crush on that teacher. It's very cute. Let's see. Soccer, Eva asked. She had a firm chin, firm, well-defined muscles, and firm beliefs in her own excellence. Again, back to the Nancy Drew books or games. Do you guys remember when we played Warnings at Waverly Academy? The twins are Isabel is the really smart one. She reminds me of Izzy, coincidentally. The really like the smart girl who's trying to go to Harvard, the smart and girly girl, and then like the Leela, the teammate that she cheated on her, that got cheated on with by her boyfriend with Izzy, the sporty one. That's who I think of as Eva, who's the sporty one. That probably didn't make sense. I'm leaning more and more towards doing a Nancy Drew June or something to replay all those games again, especially since we now have heard that Her Interactive is apparently finally making game 34. 3 years after we thought they finished. Hi, Perry. Hi, Perry. Say hi. You can come up here, but don't mess anything up. You cannot get on the computer. You cannot get on the computer. Or you can just stay there. That's fine too. She excelled in basketball, skiing, swimming. This is the sister. Barry, you just stay off the computer, please. Don't drink my water, please. You have your own water. Thank you. Barry says hi, everybody. Thank you. Off the computer. Thank you. Going to get banned if you go on the computer. Move my... There we go. Here. Swimming, rowing, softball, and lacrosse. Even though she was only in 9th grade, she had already been encouraged by professional scouts. Eva wore tailored shorts and a clean, ironed shirt. She wore no makeup or jewelry. In contrast, her twin, Isabel, wore her hair loose and flowing. Her fingernails were painted blue. She wore gauzy shirts, long velvet skirts, and metal chokers. No one would ever mistake her for Eva. Isabel was the top student in her grade and loved by all teachers. When she walked into a room, everyone stared at her. She had presence, charisma, and brains. She hated sports as much as Eva loved them and was constantly arguing with her twin about the value of brain versus brawn. Isabel and Eva were rival powers in the Hayes family. They were equal and very separate. Someday one or both of them would rule the universe, but there'd be a huge battle to divide it up first. Sports, Isabel exclaimed scornfully, firing the first round in the latest skirmish. Um, a bunch of sweaty people, Harry, chasing a little ball and getting excited about it. I mean, if that's their thing, let them have their thing, Isabel. Oh, yeah, Eva shot back. At least I'm not flabby and cross eyed and permanently glued to the computer. Jesus Christ, Eva. Brutal. Better than being a mindless muscle machine, Isabel snapped. Jesus. Abby rolled her eyes at Jessica. Here they go again, she mouthed. In the heat of the battle, Isabel liked to say outrageous things to get her twin angry. Eva wasn't much better. Ridiculous, Eva said. Don't listen to her, Abby. Are you going to join the soccer team? It would be great for you. Abby hesitated. She didn't want to be used as a missile in the ongoing war. Nope. Nope. Told you you'd have to get down. Sorry, Perry. Gotta stay off the computer, girl. It's rough. Yikes, right? Suddenly, Perry. Onion spray. Get Perry away from the laptop. It might also do something to the lap. This laptop has already. Well, maybe it won't be enough. I'm very careful with this computer now after the great spill incident. I didn't want to be used as a missile in the ongoing war of super sisters. She especially didn't want to tell them what she was doing. One day she would stun them, impress them, and awe them with her soccer talents. But not yet. They would see her at the height of her glory, not in her little acorn phase. Once the power of her mind kicked in, they'd never laugh at her again. I'm not going out for the team, Abby lied. I'm only helping out Jessica. She smiled widely. Right, Jessica? Jessica looked down at the ground and didn't reply. Abby's best friend hated lies, even little ones, but it was too late to take the words back. Abby hoped that Jessica would understand when she explained later. I'm going to research a science paper on the internet. I love that internet is capitalized. It was that era. Isabel announced, dropping the argument suddenly. She gave Eva the superior smile of the straight A student and disappeared into the house. Alex scampered after her. An hour before my practice, Eva said. She was golden brown from her summer bike trip in Vermont. I'll give you a few soccer tips, Jessica and Abby. Abby stared at her in shock. This was the last thing she needed. Bossy, perfect know-it-all Eva pointing out all her mistakes. It was just like her to butt in. Eva always showed up to show her up. Eva tightened her sneaker laces, then straightened up. What are you doing? We're practicing passing, Jessica said. Want to play? Abby's jaw dropped open. If it hadn't been hinged to her face, it would have fallen off completely. Jessica knew how Abby felt about the super sibs, and here she was asking one to join the practice. Never mind that Eva had already invited herself in. How can Jessica be such a traitor? Jessica be such a traitor as to welcome her? If Eva's here, the betrayal. Top 10 anime betrayals of all time. If Eva's here, you won't need me, Abby interrupted. Jessica gave her a dirty look. Abby glared back at her. Here, Eva, her best friend dribbled the ball to her older sister. How insensitive could she get? Watch out, your guard is on and is on your tail, Eva cried. Jessica ran, kicking the ball. Come on, Abby, show a little initiative, Eva called out loud, in a bossy voice. Get the ball away from her. Abby ignored her sister. She headed to the opposite direction. Eva frowned. What's her problem? She asked Jessica. Who knows, Jessica said. I don't get it. Eva stared at Abby for a moment, then shrugged. I guess we can't play today. Sorry, Jessica. Another time, maybe. She went into the house. Jessica caught up with Abby. You shouldn't have lied, she said furiously. See what happened because of it? Her best friend rarely lost her temper. Jessica was calm and cool in almost every situation. Her room was neat, and so was her mind. I wish I could be Jessica. Why did you invite her to play? Abby cried. You know how obnoxious Eva is about sports. The two girls glared at each other. Without another word, Abby turned and stomped up the back stairs. She didn't need her super sis Eva butting into her life, or her best friend Jessica either. She'd work out her own training program. Spill incident, Josh. We were streaming one night when Anton was visiting, and you probably know Anton. He's been in a lot of videos and stuff with me, his live streams stuff, and it was a complete accident. He knocked over a glass of water and it went all over the computer, and the computer had to be sent off to be repaired, and it was a whole thing. It's all good now, but now we're just a little bit more careful with liquids. This new invention called the World Wide Web. It's the sign of the devil. How many people first reacted to the internet? Those were the days. Yes. Two things that I think could potentially be podcast episodes. I think Satanic Panic would be a great podcast episode, and I think Y2K would make a great podcast episode. What if Perry and Skippy were friends? Honestly, Perry has very Skippy energy. I need to return to Skippy the Bush Kangaroo. Chapter 6. Effort is like the rain that waters our gardens. Mega muscles. Daily inspiration calendar. Huh? Do I need rain? No. It would make the ground soggy and I'd slip around in the mud. They don't cancel soccer practice because of rain. Down here it says recipes for success on the field. For breakfast this morning, got out of Eva's recipes for success on the field cookbook and made health shake with brewer's yeast. Oh, that's probably going to be a terrible shake. Protein powder, tofu, lecithin, and raw peanuts. Ugh, that sounds like an awful shake. I'm so sorry. Maybe one of you somebody in chat is probably going to be like, I like those protein shakes, and that's good. I'm not saying that's weird. I could never. Meditated to improve soccer performance. Sickening taste in mouth prevented concentration. I wanted to read that as cankerous. I don't know why. Jogged 3 times around block by self. Ate 2 ice cream sandwiches to get rid of health shake aftertaste. Kicked soccer ball up porch steps. 51 kicks. A hole in screen door a little bigger. No one has noticed yet. Passing, dribbling, heading with Alex. Boy, genius, very sympathetic to my problems. He tried to coach me, but doesn't know much about non-computer generated soccer. Managed to conceal what I am doing from twin super sibs. Super sister Eva went to swim at the high school pool. Super sister Isabel made an emergency shopping trip to the mall for nail polish. She is obsessed by fingernails. Maybe they're her good luck charm. Nothing will stop Abby Hayes. They think everything new is the devil. They really do. Here's the real question. What era of Satanic Panic did you grow up in? Like, did you grow up with like the OG one with like the Dungeons and Dragons and rock music are evil, or did you grow up when I grew up and it was more like Pokemon, Harry Potter, Satanic Panic, right? I'm sure the kids of today are going through their own version of Satanic Panic. I'm not sure what it is, but it's probably something. And it just is going to keep happening as long as there's new things coming out. someone will be upset about them. 1968 TV series. That's cool. I only covered the 90s one. I only think I did the one episode. Later on Sunday, went to park after lunch. New girl Natalie was sitting under a tree reading Harry Potter book. Question: does she shower with Harry Potter book? Very random. I know what she's saying. Like, does she ever not read the Harry Potter book? But it's a very specific and strange question, Abby. 90s Panic. That's the one I know better. Yep. Oh yeah, the current Satanic Panic is just like, oh no, drag queens want to read to our kids. Can't have people reading to our kids. That'll like help their emotional development. Told me that her parents made her go to the park. Reason: she needs exercise and fresh air. She sneaked book under her sweatshirt. You know you're reading a lot when your parents are like, honey, you need to stop reading so many books and go outside. Play some video games, maybe. They didn't tell her to play video games, but I just think it's funny when the parents are just like, you're reading too much. It's like Ami, where they're just like, did you bring your textbooks to the park? Yeah, Harry Potter is bad, but not for the reasons they thought it was bad, right? They're not against it for like, it's not like a don't read Harry Potter because J.K. Rowling is a bad person kind of thing for them. It's a don't read Harry Potter because it's witchcraft, and witchcraft is bad. Grew up Catholic and Hispanic. There was no panic phase. It was just life. Oh. I knew people in our old church that walked out of The Princess and the Frog because tarot cards and witchcraft and hoodoo. Oh no. Her if she would like to practice soccer with me. She said yes. This way she wouldn't lie to her parents when they asked her if she got some exercise. We kicked the ball around for a while, and I am better at soccer than Natalie. She is not crazy about sports. Says she prefers to read. I solve mysteries and do chemistry experiments. Solve mysteries. Is Natalie part of the Druniverse? I have questions. Once she made a powder in her chemistry lab that turned her hands blue for a week. I said that maybe I should get some for Isabel, then her hands would match her fingernails. I asked Natalie how she liked our school. She said it is much better than her old school. At her old school, there were 35 kids in each class instead of 22. They only had music once a week instead of twice a week. And they didn't have creative writing. She likes Ms. Bunder too. Before we went home, Natalie said she was glad her parents made her go to the park. That's cute. Definitely like Natalie. She could be new friend. Into the audiobooks, I get them for free. I refuse to give her money. Yeah. The not giving money is I think a good place to draw the line. They aren't horrible. There's just a lot of parts where I'm like, we should have known. Oh yeah, no, like Harry Potter was always so important to me as a kid. I'm not going to deny that fandom was so important to me. And like there will always be that for me with Harry Potter. But more than one thing can be true at once, right? It's my personal philosophy, and everybody has to deal with it in their own ways. Like, I refuse to give her money, but also parsing out, okay, there are some good things in this nostalgic thing that I remember from childhood, and there are some things that are really like, what the hell is going on, is kind of what I literally do all the time now on this channel, so, you know. I definitely want to go back and review as an adult now. There are. Oh, see, my grandmother, super witchy herself. Let's be honest. My mom's side of the family, super witchy. Uh, and I mean that in a good way. They've never been scared of the uh, the spooky stuff. Um, Hayes family news heard at dinner table. At Sunday night dinner, the Hayes family shared their news for the week. Olivia Hayes has received a promotion to full partner in her law firm. Yay, Mama Hayes. Paul Hayes has landed a new and important account. Between large forkfuls of mashed potatoes, Eva Hayes mentioned that she broke the school record for freestyle swimming. She has also been elected as captain of her basketball and lacrosse teams. How many teams? How does she have time? Um, Mr. Spooky, I don't want to have to time you out for spamming repeatedly. I just want to remind you that the rules about repeated messages are we try not to. But does anyone remember when Playhouse Disney got hacked and I didn't see this when it happened, but I do know about this. It's wild. It's 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 a wild story. I had completely forgotten about that. 2007, Bernie says. I was too old for Playhouse Disney at that point, but I did hear about this. Actually, that could be a podcast episode. I'll have to think about that. Anyway, let me get back to the book. It's taking me forever to get through this not very long book. I've already been on for 2 hours. This should have been done. Yeah, I don't know all of the details. I'll have to do some research into it, but I do remember that happening. I remember it being all over the and all over the news that it happened. Happened in New Jersey. Yeah. Yeah. I think I've seen somebody must have covered it on YouTube, and I think I watched one of those videos, but I'll have to do some digging. That's gonna be very interesting research search history to rack up. It's gonna be like, oh god. Oh god. I just need to learn about how did this happen? Who did this? What happened? Sailor Moon are episodes on an VHS tape. Oh, that's so nostalgic. How? Why? Yeah, I'm with Rex. It's like how. I have two questions. How and why? Remember when the Super Bowl got hacked and played adult entertainment for like a minute? Oh god. Where was I? Her high school teachers have nominated Isabel Hayes, Lady of the Perfect Fingernails, to represent our city in nationwide history contests. She will go to Washington, D.C. in the spring. Alex Hayes is designing his own computer game, which he plans to market and sell on the web. He will probably be a millionaire by the time he's 9. And as for Abby Hayes, she had nothing to say. Oh, poor Abby. I feel bad for this kid. Must become top soccer player. Must. Studied Sunday. Sports page after dinner. Inspiring story of athlete who overcame cancer to win race. Oh, well, that is an inspiring story. It's sad though. I have so much less to overcome. Must not give up. Must no. Don't. I hate that we used to teach kids to compare their struggles to other people's struggles as if there's a metric for that. It because we were watching over the air and not cable. Ooh, I believe that was a Cox only thing. Interesting. That must have been insane. What year was that? Do you remember? Um, must redouble my efforts. Note, why don't people say retriple efforts? That's more like it. I must retriple my efforts. More health shakes, more sit-ups, more soccer practices. I think you might poison yourselves with those health shakes. Soccer tip of the day, practice using both feet so you can kick the ball no matter what angle it comes at you from. If fight with best friend continues, we'll have lunch with Natalie tomorrow in school. Wonder if Natalie can concoct a sports powder in her chemistry lab that will make me a soccer star. Wonder if she can make a friendship powder to reunite fighting friends. This is the last thing I'll write for the day. Promise. Really, I mean it. Help. I can't stop writing. I can't stop. Can't stop. I am haunted by the spirit of the pen. Bye for now. The tech ghost. No. There's going to be an episode of Handy Manny, but those whom tuned in at 9:30 that day got adult content. Who the hell wants to hack Disney? Yeah, that's all kinds of fucked up. It had to be between 2010 and 2015. I'll see if I can pin it down. I was just wondering if you just happen to remember, don't go out of your way. But I'm curious. It's so interesting. That's just so fucked up that people even want to do that. Some angry cable worker, Jesus. I remember I remember that one of the 50 Shades movies came out the same year that Frozen came out, and in one theater there was it was a news story that they had mixed up theaters, and so they sent a theaters worth full of families with little children to go see cute little Frozen, and they start playing 50 Shades of Grey, and apparently that was a thing. I can't imagine being that parent or being the person that has to calm down that parent. Hack itself left nothing directly leading back to Gonzalez, but months of investigation, he was tied to. I mean, honestly, I might with this upcoming podcast, I might just do a video on like some notable like television hacks of history, because there's a few really interesting stories of just wild stuff that happened. It was earlier than I remember. Gonzalez for a 2009 Comcast Tucson Super Bowl porn hack thanks to 2008 login. Oh, jeez. Yikes. Monday. If at first you don't succeed, try again. And then she writes in, until you get exhausted. Chapter, World Cup Soccer Calendar, Chapter 7. Push-ups, 12 sit-ups, 9 push-ups, 12 sit-ups, 9 collapse, sneezing on the floor because of the dusting carpet. It's Isabel's week to vacuum. She doesn't do everything perfectly. I remember vividly the book, if anybody read I know some people in chat read these. Does anybody remember the book specifically where she gets a cat and hides it in her room? Just try to get away with it. I remember being stressed reading that one as a kid. Made protein shake of protein powder, dried fruits, milk powder, protein, enzymes, pineapple juice, vitamin C drink, lecithin, and raisins. Ugh, not the raisins. Forced self to drink almost all of it. Poured rest down sink. Foamed going down the drain. Ugh, is this cause for alarm? A sign that is already working. Yikes. Yeah, I know some people have covered it, but it would be interesting for my own purposes to dig in and cover it myself. Dance Mom's musical in the making. Interesting. I have so many questions. Where am I going? There we go. Oh gosh, Rex, I'm afraid to know. Truly. Why does it feel like a Sunday today? I have no idea why. Today has just been, I think because today was kind of a day off for me. I purposefully didn't do any computer work. I've been having a lot of headaches, and so I just was like, I'm taking a day from editing, and I'll get back to editing everything tomorrow. But why a Dance Moms musical? I don't know. Like, is it a musical about the Dance Moms? Is it a musical put on by the current cast of Dance Moms? Like, I have questions. Tomorrow is Friday for us. Ooh, it's Friday. No, Toonie. Oh God, wait. I don't even want to know what that situation is, Toonie. We're talking about back in 2007, somebody hacked into Playhouse Disney and started playing porn on the air. Hi, Ellery. You just came in a very, very cursed part of the stream, but we are so glad you're here. Wait, but I'm here. We're reading Amazing Days of Abby Hayes, which is just a cute little series of girls' books about a girl going through girl things and feeling inadequate in her family, and it's not actually anything jarring or triggering. It's a nice change of pace. Dance Moms the musical must be 2 hours of a woman screaming at literal kids and tearing down their core being. Oh yeah. Moms never get vacation. Texas, you guys are just running the world. The cursed part of Stream Chat is just Stream Chat. Yes, yes. That. Where was I? Oh, right at the top of the page. I always do that. Red sports page. Woman who was ranked last in marathon became first through hard work, determination, and belief in herself. This could happen to me. Jogged around block 5 times with backpack for weight training, school books. Squished lunch, strawberry jelly on homework, wiped it off, made new sandwich, used powerful self-discipline, and did not lick jelly from fingers. The extra jelly off your fingers is not going to save you any calories. I feel like that's an unhealthy way to look at eating. But anyway, she's 10. She knows nothing about health. Oh my god. Oh my god, Texas, I'm so sorry. That's terrible. Absolutely awful. That makes me that makes me so pissed off. People just suck sometimes. Just read ahead to a stupid joke. Hang on. Also, now I want a PB&J. D. I'm mod. You got thank you to the mods. Mods are amazing. Means Gen Z, even though first thing in there is like line that guy. What on Disney Channel? What? Disney Channel has gotten cracked since I've been watching it. People are weird creatures. I had to consult other sources. Hold on. Oh, Patrick, are you okay? Not anyone who works with my son. Well, I'm glad your son was safe from whoever that was. I feel very, very horrible for whoever they were around. Sorry to hear that. Teacher, go back to school. Hired a few years back. We had a lot of. It fell down. Don't worry. Oh, I'm sorry, Patrick. The ear infection will do that. Definitely, if you can, lay down at the first possible moment. Gen X, they don't understand us, Gen Z. That version is on Disney Plus, and the TV version is censored. That makes it somewhat more manageable for me to wrap my mind around. But that's still that's ballsy for Disney Channel. Disney YouTube's over here being like, Avery, you can't you can't say the F word too much. You can't swear too much because Disney censors might not like that. Meanwhile, Disney's over here just like, what if we put outright references to sex in kids' shows? Just bluntly. He yeeted him from the teacher. Or for the yeeted him directory. Good, I'm glad he got yeeted. Questionable with the censors. But isn't Bluey just like a show for young children? Like, I keep hearing people be like, oh, they're censoring it. I'm like, what could they possibly be censoring? It's like a little kid show, isn't it? I'm so behind. I have not watched my Bluey yet. All right, let me get back to the book for a little while. Joke of the day. This is what I laughed in spite of myself for. Why do soccer players never get hot? Answer, because all of their fans. So stupid. Childbirth. Interesting. Patrick needs bedtime. Yeah, Patrick, take care of yourself. Of the day, Jessica came over before school and apologized. She said she invited Eva to play soccer because she was mad at me for lying. She said she was sorry she had done it. I apologized for quitting the game. I said that next time I had to fib my sisters, I wouldn't use her as an excuse. Why can't you tell them the truth? She asked. Oh, and it's a picture that she drew of them hugging. That's very cute. I try to, but sometimes I can't. How would you feel if you had twin sisters who were better than you at everything and they let you know it? Jessica thought about it. It would drive me crazy, she finally said. She has no siblings, lucky, and only one parent who is definitely not perfect. Oh. Then we both apologized and cried and hugged and promised never to fight again. Hooray! It is wonderful to have a best friend. I told her about meeting Natalie in the park and said that maybe we could all get together after school. She thought that was a good idea. We pointed to Tyler's open knapsack and the Game Boy that was peeking out of it. I've never seen, like, usually people like, but I've never seen the S's only version of that. She remembered that Ms. Cantor had announced that she would confiscate all games and electronic stations if she found them in school. Tyler looked at her blankly. Game Boy, Abby said. Huh? Oh, forget it, Abby muttered. What was she being so nice to Tyler anyway? Why was she being so nice to Tyler anyway? Last week in gym class, he had called her Fumblefoot. Brianna had laughed loudly. Abby hoped it was because she thought Tyler was cute, not because she agreed with him. Put away your science project. It's still shitty either way. Put away your science projects, class. Ms. Candor cleared her throat. Get ready for the timed math quiz. Great. Sounds like fun. Several students groaned. Ms. Cantor cleared her throat again. Ahem. I know this is everyone's least favorite activity, but it will help you at the end of the year. Clear your desks and sit quietly until everyone is ready. Brianna sat with her hands neatly folded, a smug expression on her face. Just friendly reminder that we don't pay teachers enough. Poor teachers. I mean, not including the ones that get arrested for being creeps. Obviously, that goes without saying. Most teachers, normal teachers, they're all working really hard. I could not do it. Wrangle like 22 10-year-olds at once. Brianna sat with her hands neatly folded, a smug expression on her face. Behind her, in an identical posture, sat Bethany, and then she drew them as little baby twins. I do not understand most censorship. I don't either, Texas. I understand. My philosophy is give proper like content warnings, trigger warnings, any kinds of things that like let the viewers know like what kind of content they're actually sitting down to watch in detail so that they can make an informed decision. But censorship is really taking control away from the viewer. I feel like the consumer, reader, viewer, whatever kind of media, gamer, web surfer, I think well, yeah, in YouTube's case, there's a lot of censorship going on. I think power should be in the person's hands about like to make decisions for themselves about what is appropriate for them or their family, etc., etc., etc. Oh, sorry, Patrick. What? I'm not joking. That's so stupid. The fuck is this motherfucker hacking Disney? Oh my god. What the fuck, this motherfucker is hacking Disney. Fart joke is enough to not air in the US. There's definitely worse things on Disney Plus. Trust me. Trust me on that one. There are things worse than fart jokes that I have covered personally on the channel and been like, personally, what the fuck, Disney Plus? Why is this here for me to watch? 4Kids censorship. Oh, 4Kids censorship is a whole thing. Louis, for God's sake. Stupid ear infection. I'm sorry. Pain in the ass, but people who have yet to procreate. Watch the TV shows, read the books, play the games, then you can decide. Right, right. I think about this a lot, right? When it's like, I talked about this a little bit on Discord the other day, or, no. No, I was talking to an actual person. Oh my god, my brain is running days together. It shouldn't be the content creator's job to effectively parent children, right? The parent should be doing that. And obviously it's hard. Parenting is hard, and God bless, I don't know if I could ever do it. But it's just one of those things where it's like I occasionally get, and we're not a very like, this chat gets chaos, but we don't get very I wouldn't say the channel as a whole is like M for mature audiences. And I get people being like, gosh, you're swearing in your videos. Don't you know kids are watching this stuff? And it's like, I'm not making this stuff for kids. I don't necessarily think it's except for the chats, when the chats get chaos. I don't think a lot of the content, most of the content is not child friendly. That's for their parents to decide, I suppose. And that's not that sounds like it's not my problem. Gen Z and don't understand my generation half of the time, and everybody's like same. Yeah. Like every generation has vocal minorities of people who kind of give the whole generation this like in their own way. It feels like every generation has a vocal minority that the older generations who want to dislike the younger generations latch onto, and then give those people ammunition to give that generation a bad reputation. Disney. A fart joke in my family-friendly content? My ex-stepmom. Sure, my 11-year-old is old enough to watch the incredibly homoerotic undertones of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. My parents, they flip-flop sometimes, but they could be very liberal with what we were allowed to. Like, I think back to some of the things I grew up watching, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. That was a lot. Plus, that's odd. Parent your damn kids and stop right, like parenting is hard. I fully understand that like the internet safety is important. You know, all of the internet should be there should be procedures to help make the internet safer for your children if you have children. But don't go blaming content creators if your kid is watching something that you don't want them watching. It's not, unless the content creator is marketing it towards children, but then making it not appropriate for children, like the Paul brothers or something. It's not their problem. Okay, now you say it. Touch on He-Man. I didn't notice before. He-Man. Oh, I need to do another He-Man. He-Man is just fun, like sugary cereal 80s Saturday morning cartoons. Parents pretty much met my siblings, and I watched, read whatever. The only things they banned were like Ed and Eddie, because my mom didn't like how mean they were to each other. Yeah, my mom was the same way. She would like let us watch Seinfeld when I was like 10, but she would be like, I don't like the way Dexter and his sister don't get along, so we're not gonna watch that much of that. I have not seen part 2 and 3 of the stream yet, but I was glad to get to sit down and finally watch the first one. That was a very calming stream. Thank you for that. I have the others in my watch later. I wonder if Bethany takes Brianna lessons. I wonder if Tyler and Zach were born with miniature Game Boys in their hands. Oh, these are the boys with miniature Game Boys in their hands. Sorry for being so distracted. This just feels like a decompression stream for me because usually we have like these more serious books. Ms. Cantor began to pass out the quizzes. Do each problem as quickly as you can. If you get stuck, go on to the next. If you have time, you can go back to it. Ms. Cantor, Brianna waved her hand. I practiced time tests this summer with Bethany. Yes, we did, Miss Cantor, Bethany agreed. Brianna, brag index. Number of times Brianna has bragged so far in class, 9. Wait until end of day. This number may be in thousands. Number of times Tyler and Zach have used the word game in a sentence. 1 billion times. Number of times I have written in my notebook since 7 a.m. 4. Abby Hayes, I'm glad that you love writing so much, Miss Cantor said. When Ms. Bundle comes back, she will be very impressed with all of your writing. Now put the notebook away. We're going to begin our math quiz. Abby slipped the notebook in her purple pen into her desk. Math, she muttered to herself. Math. We have 15 minutes for 20 problems. Ms. Cantor announced, I'm setting the timer now. Abby raced through the rows of long division and multiplication. She was a race car. She was racehorse. She was speed. Faster than fast, quicker than quick. She's lightning. She was sprinting. She was a sprinting runner. She was stuck. What was 56.8 divided by 0.73 anyway, or 85.1 times 9.13? Oh, God. The 10-year-old? Oh, God. I probably could have done that back when I was actively in school, but not anymore. Not quickly. But I heard somebody talking. I actually have this book. Yay! I used to read these books religiously. I own a bunch of them to this day, and I thought reading them would just be kind of a chill thing to do and kind of cover, since I haven't read them since middle school. Thought it would be a good thing since we like to cover kids' books here. Well, but yes, welcome in. Welcome to chat. We appreciate you. And a minute per problem. That's just cruel. I was gonna say, right? Go back to Stony Brook Dawn. Can you slow down to 30? Slow that down to 33 and a third. Poor new person. Oh gosh. We're glad to have you, new person. Hopefully you don't get scared away by the chaos. We're a very friendly and welcoming and wholesome chat. We just are mostly all ADHD. And we get off topic quite a bit. This is my cat, Perry. Perry is, for those who don't know, also chaos. The bringer of chaos, while we're at it. Alright, math was not her best subject. It was Alex's best subject. It was Isabel's best subject, though every subject was Isabel's best. Brianna was done already. She flounced up to Ms. Cantor to give her the completed quiz. Then Natalie was done before Bethany. Ha ha ha, Abby thought as she added a row of numbers. Tyler and Zach were done, and Jessica, Bethany, Rachel, Megan, John, Mason, Colin. Time's up. Abby scrawled the answer to the problem she was working on. Then she had gotten most of them. Finished. All but 5 anyway. Oof. A little more focus, Abby, and you'll get them all next time, Ms. Cantor said encouragingly. Oh, great. Something else to work on. Her brain just didn't want to focus on math these days. She had too many worries. Becoming a soccer star was getting more and more complicated. This morning, Mr. Stevens handed out permission slips for the soccer team. They had to be signed by Thursday. Oh, excuse you. Are you comfortable? They had to be signed by Thursday, the day of the first practice, and returned. Players also needed shin guards and soccer shoes. What was she to do? How could she get her parents to sign the permission slip without telling them she was going out for the team? Her mother, the lawyer, would not sign any paper without reading it first. Her father was less cautious but more curious. He would want all the details. When was she going out for the team? Who else was on it? What position did she want to play? Not Dragon Bean. We don't kick Dragon Bean. All hail Perry. Perry really does not like sharing the spotlight with Dragon Bean. We really need to work on that, Perry. He's looking directly at the screen. Yes, Perry has little mittens. She is just a little 1.5 foot tall agent of chaos. Tall, I don't know. She's a little 12 inches of chaos. I am the Viper. um Perry is our resident chaos hairbringer. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And she's very proud of herself for that, too. She is a Loki variant. I believe it. Look at the ears. Don't tell me those don't look like horns. They're huge. Cat Loki. Yes. Perry is apparently trying to produce stream. Yes, she would very much like to be the stream producer. No one has the heart to tell her that she does not know how to do anything at all. Fine, if you're gonna sit there, I'm gonna use you as a. Whoop! She's highlighting all of chat. You are highlighting every single comment that has been sent in chat since the beginning. That is unhelpful, but thank you. He's also changed me to top chat, not live chat, which feels unfair, Perry. Your hands, please. Thank you. She did that sliding transition pretty well on accident that one night. She did, honestly. I was impressed. One of the super sibs would surely overhear them. It was not easy to keep any kind of secret in the Hayes family. I love how Abby's dad just gives off all the golden retriever energy. Like Noah said, I think we add him to the Zaddy list. Hey, honey. Can you not put your paws on the keys? Can you not wedge your toenails under the keys? Brain cells and thumbs. She definitely does not have any of those. If she didn't tell one of her parents, she also had to figure out who would pay for soccer cleats and shin guards, and how would she explain coming home late after practice. Abby had to keep practicing her soccer skills too. It was hard to tell. Harry, honey, why don't you sit over here? How about that? How about we compromise? You can sit here. Believe it or not, the computer is not your personal cat heating pad. There you go. Better? No, I want to sit on my cat heating pad. Damn it. Almost dropping you into a foot soaking tub. Oh no! Glad your phone made it out of that one. Hi, Perry. See? There. Compromise, Perry. Abby had to keep practicing her soccer skills too. It was hard to tell if her program was working or not. She wondered if a month was enough time to turn herself into a soccer star. It is not. My most graceful moment. I don't have graceful moments. If that makes you feel any better, it's all ungraceful moments for me. Russian blue at a pet store. Or indeed had thumbs. He was a nice cat. Yes, some cats do have thumbs. This one, no thumbs. Chapter 8. Each step is not a means to an end, but a glorious moment to be treasured for itself. Working Woman's Wisdom Calendar. Thursday. I think I already said Thursday. Anyway, no comment. Number of colors of nail polish my sister Isabel owns. 35. Number of pairs of earrings Brianna owns. 18. How does she know? Is she stalking her? Times per day, Ms. Cantor says Tyler and Zach pay attention. 27. Average. Times Tyler has picked his nose in class. 5. Number of lies I have told for soccer. 3. Number of goals I have scored. 0. Ms. Cantor is clearing her throat less now. Thank goodness. Today, she is wearing a brown linen dress and white sneakers. Caught it just an inch above the water. Ooh. Good save. They are more comfortable than shoes, she says. What? White sneakers. They are more comfortable than shoes, she says. She is nice. Aren't those shoes? But those are shoes. I know, like, they're saying she's wearing, like, Keds, but Keds are shoes. She is nice, but Ms. Bunder is still my favorite teacher. I wish she would come every day of the week, even Saturday and Sunday. Soccer tip. Pass with the inside of your foot. Shoot on your shoelaces. The toe should be pointed. Have trained for soccer all week. Drank disgusting concoctions. Haven't thrown up yet, but gotten close. Done sit-ups, push-ups, jumping jacks, and watched soccer games on television. Mia, Michelle, and Brianna are awesome. After watching, went up to room to meditate. Imagined self, not imagined, I'm having flashback. Imagined self player like one of the women's soccer cup team. Heard the cheers. The crowd went wild. Felt the glory and the power. Opened eyes. Was still ordinary. Abby Hayes looked at calendar for a while, then went into backyard to practice kicking soccer ball. Here she is. Manifesting, meditating, doing all the things. Oh, did I bump the camera? Sorry, I wobbled the camera. I apologize to you and the camera. With me, he handed the ball he handed the ball what? Headed the ball ONCEL. It's not missing a page. This is 62. This is 63. I don't know what. Once. It's once, my brain refused to read that. It's once. Headed the ball once. Made him dizzy. Be probably neurodivergent? Probably, yes. She seems to be rereading this now as an adult who knows I'm ADHD, who did not know at the time of reading this in middle school and grade school that I was ADHD back then. I interpret this as her being definitely neurodivergent. They should have said dress shoes. Yeah. Phone can survive being dropped in the deep end. Nice. Ooh, that is nice. Yes, I fully accept that this character is neurodivergent. I love that. Said it made him feel dizzy. Am still not a great athlete. Power of mind has not kicked in yet. Maybe it is like one of those slow acting chemicals. One day when I least expect it, I will wake up and find myself transformed. That's it. That's what she said. Abby looked up at Ms. Bunder. That's what she wrote anyway. Abby looked up at Ms. Bunder Try that again. Abby looked up. Ms. Bunder had come, into the classroom while she was writing. She was wearing a red velour top with flared jeans. Her hair was braided into a bun with little red clips holding it in place. The narrator has pointed out twice now that Ms. Bunder wears velour tops. Very transfixed on that, the narration is. Yes, I did say that like Yoda. No, I'm not going to say it again. Ms. Bunder is not only my favorite teacher, but she also wears the best clothes. Even Brianna and Bethany check out her outfits. She is carrying a shoebox. I wonder what's inside it. Shoes? Maybe she's going to give Ms. Cantor a pair of platform sandals or some combat boots. Haha. What is that box? Jessica asked. Ms. Bunder smiled. Our creative writing exercise for today. We're going to write about shoes, Zach said. Ms. Bunder put the box on his desk. Take a look, she said. Zach peered into the box and pulled out a strip of newspaper. What's this? Newspaper headlines, Ms. Bunder explained. I've been collecting them for months. Giants on rampage, Zach reads. Cardinals stomp opponents. Use the headlines to spark your imagination. Ms. Bunder picked up the box and gave it to Tyler. That's actually a good creative writing prompt. I like that. Then write a poem or story. You can use the headlines for the title or the first line if you wish. While you write, I'll take a look at your journals. Abby picked the headline a headline out of the shoebox. Read it and laughed out loud. Snap turns to slog. That's one of my favorites, Abby. Ms. Blunder said. I know you'll do something super with it. Abby blushed with pleasure. What did you get, Jessica? Dressing up and down when flying to the sun. She made the thumbs up sign. Yes, now I can write about outer space. Yay! Natalie leaned forward to show Jessica and Abby her headline. Chemical reaction overwhelms city. Oh dear. Isn't that perfect? Now I can put something about my chemistry experiments. I mean, I'm glad there's a silver lining to that very ominous sounding headline. Are you going to soccer practice after school? Abby asked her. Only because my parents are making me, Natalie sighed and stared at her headline. Jessica looked sympathetic. We'll be there too, we'll be there too. Natalie brightened up. Great. That'll be fun. Okay, everyone, Ms. Bunder said. Get started. Abby picked up her pen. I put the snap under my bed, and it turned to slog. My little brother stuck his hand into it and couldn't get it out. He was really mad because he couldn't play on his computer. When my sister tried to rescue him, she got stuck too and missed her basketball game. You should have heard the screams coming from my room. At the end of class, Ms. Bunder gathered up the stories and returned the journals. Great job, she said to Abby as she handed hers back. Next week's assignment, she announced. Write in your journals and read 3 newspaper articles. In 3 weeks, you'll turn in your own article. The subject can be anything you choose. Jessica nudged Abby. A newspaper article, that should be fun. What are you going to write about? I don't know, Abby whispered back. She was still basking in the glow of Ms. Bunder's great and super. Those were the kind of comments she wanted to get about her soccer playing. She clearly doesn't care about soccer, though. Sick, Asperger's, depression, anxiety, etc. Some of the mental challenges with on the day. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bernie, but thank you for sharing that. I definitely have ADHD. I definitely have anxiety and depression. I have OCD. He definitely has a crush on her teacher. Oh yeah. Yeah. And I know dealing with all of that stuff, juggling it, especially when you have more than one to deal with, is very difficult. So know that you're not alone in that struggle. It sucks. Problem. Still can't figure out difference between right offense and right defense. Why does, she's her getting hit on the head with a soccer ball, and it says, ouch. Why does everyone think it's so cool to hit the ball with their heads? Ouch. The first soccer practice, it's probably not good for you. You shouldn't do that. Today, the first soccer practice is today. I told my parents I was going home with Jessica after school today. It wasn't really a lie, at least not a big one. We are going to walk home together afterward. Maybe Natalie will join us. A few hours later, Abby joined an excited group of 5th grade girls in the gym. Her school backpack was a battered pair of shin guards she had taken from the bottom of Eva's closet. Jessica had loaned her pair of cleats from last year that were too small for her, but that fit Abby perfectly. Mr. Stevens blew his whistle. As everyone turned in their permission slips, Abby stood quietly behind Jessica and Natalie. Maybe no one would notice she hadn't turned in a permission slip. If anyone asked her, she'd pretend she'd forgotten it or act as if she'd already given it. But what if Mr. Stevens knew that she hadn't? What if he called out her name and asked her to leave in front of everyone? She should have confided in her father, Abby thought. He would have kept her secret. Now if she were humiliated in front of Brianna, Bethany, and the rest of the 5th grade girls, it would have been her own fault. It would be her own fault. Maybe she would even get thrown off the team before it started. She might have already destroyed her chances to become a soccer star. Jessica was right. Lying was wrong. Jessica's like, only you can prevent untruths. She crossed her fingers and knocked on wood. She promised that if she got away with it this time, she'd go right to her father after practice and ask him to sign the permission slip. Okay, everyone, we're going to play a practice game. Then choose our captain, Mr. Stevens announced. Our first game will be in 2 weeks. We'll play against the other city teams. The champion will play for a county title. I'm going to be captain, Brianna announced, of the champion team. Bethany pumped her fists in the air. I admire your team spirit, Brianna, Mr. Stevens said. Your teammates will choose the captain of our practice. I'll win, Brianna put her hands on her hips and surveyed the 5th grade girls. We'll vote for you, Rachel and Megan said. A vote for Brianna is a vote for the best, Bethany cried. Wait, why is there a hyphen there? I don't know why there's a hyphen there. Yay, Brianna. Jessica nudged Abby. Nominate me, she said. You? She nodded. Okay. Abby was surprised. She didn't know that Jessica wanted to be captain, but one thing was for sure. If she won, she'd be a big improvement over Brianna. The 5th graders put on blue and yellow pennies. Then they trooped outside to the soccer field to play. Some days are better than others. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it comes and goes in waves. It's manageable, but it is very much a struggle. Hi, everybody in chat right now. Thank you for joining our chill little stream tonight. This is, I know, maybe not as flashy as the Kingdom Hearts streams and kind of a more low-key book than the traumatizing stories that we're going to read. Tomorrow we are, heads up guys, tomorrow we are reading Sunny Diary 3, book 12. I imagine this is probably going to be one of the, if not the hardest book in the series to deal with. So I want there's obviously going to be a ton of trigger warnings on the day, but just a heads up. I don't want anybody to feel bad if they feel like they can't sit through that. I'm gonna cry my eyes out. I know I am, but we are almost done. We have 4 more books to be finished with the series, and then we can say that we've covered all of them, which is something that not many people have done, and I'm very interested. I have questions, so it'll be hard, and we'll get through it together, and we'll have kittens, and everybody's obviously welcome there, but just a heads up, that's going to be an extra sensitive one. I don't want anybody to be caught off guard by that, so... for those of you who didn't want to be completely without a read stream this week, because Friday and Saturday read streams are not happening this week, but they'll go back to regular schedule next week, I wanted to leave you guys with this, so this will be here. Bring your hankies or tissues. Oh, I'm literally gonna have a box of tissues over here. Like literally, it's gonna be. I've already cried on stream reading some of these other books, and this one I think is gonna be worse. Dance Mom's musical parody one song has been officially made, as far as I know, and I posted on Discord. Cool, thank you. Thanks for keeping me informed. I know almost nothing about Dance Moms. Although hanging out with Gabe has gotten me to cover some more. Lean in too far. I'm completely out of focus. Gabe has gotten me to cover more reality shows, which is bringing me back to my mid-2000s childhood days, and that's been very funny. Fortunately, won't be there for the most or possibly any other stream tomorrow because I have a last-minute shift I'm being called for since we got an unexpected truck. Oh, I'm sorry, Ellery, but I appreciate you. You will be with us in spirit. I can show that tomorrow. Cool. Okay. Chapter 9. We have really taken our time, or I'll take responsibility. I have really taken my time through this book, but you know, we're almost done with it. Oh, let me put it on Goodreads. I didn't check it off on Goodreads. For those who are into the whole Goodreads vibe, feel free to friend me on my Goodreads. Link in bio, I guess. Link on banner. Link in about section. Read almost 50 books on this channel. Good for us. Just this year, we've read almost 50 books. Not counting Imagines, because that's not done yet. For a second, so I can type faster. The Amazing Days of... There we go. Once again, our AC is messed up. I feel bad sending so many maintenance requests, but spring in Kentucky can be... Oh, spring in the South is bad. I fully understand feeling bad, but also don't, because that's like literally a health issue going into summer here. It's really, really bad. So I hope that gets fixed soon. So it's probably for the best because sunny stuff really hits hard. It really, really hits hard. It's, you know... I've been fortunate enough not even to have gone through what Sunny as a character goes through, and it still hits me hard. I can't even imagine. So, you know, no explanation necessary for anybody who is not there. I will read it so that it will be there for those of us who want to get through it and be able to say that we read it, but it's going to be hard. And it's probably going to be, I'm chat, thankfully, we have a chat that's great and respectful of each other, and we are able to cover things like that, and I don't have to be worried about, I know that people will support each other in the comments, but it will be hard. Almost 1 p.m. currently. I'm over where I'm jealous, Laser. I love autumn. Spring has been so bad for allergies here. All right, but anyway, back to the cute little kids book we're reading right now. We set it to 64 just because we noticed the air wasn't working. I had to see if it would go down. I remember, ooh, it's not hot, but I can tell it's broken. Oh, I'm sorry. I remember one summer for like a month. I think it was like all of July when this was years ago. I was still in high school, I think, in our old house that I grew up in. For like a month at least during like an Georgia summer, AC was completely broken. It was so hot one morning I got up and I went to like open my bedroom door to go downstairs, and the wood had like swollen from the heat overnight, and I was literally just stuck in my room. Like, that's how hot it was. It was awful. I'm so sorry. Chapter 9, Thursday afternoon. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. William Ernest Henley. Farmers of the West calendar. But who will be the fine captain of my soccer team? Well, who will be the captain of my soccer team? Soccer tip: do not look down. Do not watch ball. Otherwise, you will not see where you're going. Pass the ball, Abby, Bethany cried. Over here. The ball was coming straight toward her. It seemed to be moving in slow motion. Abby took a deep breath and prepared to intercept it. Now was her chance to prove herself in the very first practice. So far, she hadn't done much to help her side. On the other hand, she hadn't done anything awful either. A decent place to be, I guess. The ball was coming closer. What should she do? Dribble it, juggle it, head it. When it came to soccer, she was like a baby who knew how to talk but not to walk. Suddenly, as if through her own will, her foot shot out and connected solidly with the ball. That's it! Jessica yelled, "Go, Abby!" Her foot had done the job. Abby told herself in awe. A mysterious instinct had taken over her body and known what to do. Maybe she did have a hidden talent. The ball zoomed past Natalie, who tried feebly to kick it. Then Brianna ran towards it, but Rachel from the other side had already intercepted it. She kicked it straight into the goal. Point! Mr. Stevens yelled. Her teammates rushed to hug Rachel. Brianna glared at Natalie. That's your fault, she hissed. Natalie shrugged and walked away. Good for you, Natalie. Don't take her shit. You'll do better next time, Abby consoled her. She was still aglow with the success of a moment ago. Even though the other side had made the point, her pass was still a miracle, a breakthrough, an amazing moment of grace for Abby. It was a sign that she was on her way. Gonna bop to the top, guys. Mr. Stevens smiled at her. Keep up the great work, Abby. Practice, practice, practice. The whole world was going to love her when she became a soccer star. She imagined her family beaming at her, her teammates congratulating her, Ms. Bunder saying, "I know you could do it." Even Brianna, who would have to admit that Abby was a star when she scored a point after point for the team. I hope there's like a little very special episode lesson for Abby at the end about not feeling like you need to change to fit in and meet other people's standards. My door sticks all the time, and I have to install my AC when it gets warmer. I don't have central AC. Oh yeah, mine sticks the doors in this house stick when it gets really hot. But this time it had swollen so much that I genuinely could not get it open for a good moment. And I just remember being like, well, I live here now. This is my life. I live here now. I'm never getting out of this room. I am going to die in here. And then I eventually opened and got out. Mr. Stevens clapped his hands for the game to resume. Abby ran up and down the field, chasing the ball, hoping for another chance to make a pass, but the ball didn't come her way again. Or else she wasn't fast enough to intercept it. At the end of the practice, the two sides were tied. Hot, sweaty, tired, the girls gathered in a circle to vote for a captain. I nominate Brianna, Bethany cried. She's the best. B for Brianna and Bess. The best Asta Bros. Any other nomination? Sorry, I'm just still having Model Land flashbacks. Any other nominations? Mr. Stevens asked. Abby jumped to her feet. I nominate Jessica. She's fair and fun. Anyone else? No one spoke up. Okay, let's take a vote. Everyone for Brianna, raise your hand. Mr. Stevens counted. It's going to be close. Now for Jessica. He counted again. Brianna is the winner by 5 votes. Yay, Brianna, yelled Bethany, jumping up and down like a cheerleader. Sorry, Abby said to Jessica. You would have been a good captain. It's okay, Jessica shrugged. I got more votes than I expected. Brianna stood up. We're going to win, 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 she cried. Only the best will play on our team. Who's the best? We are, the girls roared back. We're number one. We're number one. We're the winning team. Only the best will play. B-E-S-T, she spelled as if they were all kindergartners. I'm just thinking of Jafar, he's our man. If he can't do it, great. Abby caught Jessica's eye. She knew her best friend didn't care that she had lost the vote to be captain, but she still wished Jessica had won. Not only would Jessica have been a kinder, gentler captain, but she would have helped and encouraged Abby more on her way to becoming a soccer star. Today was a great start, but it was only the beginning. There was a lot of work ahead of her, more than she ever would have believed. With the heat to begin with. Also, I like to cycle and do other workouts. Apartment, so I'm not about to be horribly sweaty. Yeah. How much you know the song? We are number one. Hey, now it's in my head again. I love that. I was just talking to my brother about that earlier today. Because I rediscovered. Does anybody know what is it called? RetroTV.com. It's that website that somebody built so that you can just have the experience of like flipping through channels through the decades. And I was like, this is like really like we literally don't know what we're gonna get, but we could literally do this as a stream to just like flip through and land on random things and just see what we just have like another watch party. And then if we try to get smoshed, we can just change the channel really quickly. Wait, why was I thinking about that? Lazy Town. I flipped through the 2000s, and like one of the third things that was came on was it was flipped to the middle of an episode of Lazy Town. Anyway, my brain works in weird ways. Sorry. Chapter 10, Monday. Success is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. T. Edison. Sunset's calendar. Draws an arrow to it, and she says, as quoted by my mother, who never perspires, I am perspiring a lot, so I should be a success at soccer, right? I've only had one moment of inspiration. It wasn't 1% more, like 0.0001%. So where do you get that inspiration? In your sleep? While arguing with siblings? With a butterfly net? Abby's soccer goal progress. Drink Power Health Shake with protein powder, soy milk granules, Brewer's energy formula, tofu, lecithin, I'll never be able to say that correctly, and a few marshmallows thrown in for taste. The marshmallows aren't going to save that. Double ugh. Meditated. Did not let mind become distracted by terrible taste in mouth and sickening sensation in stomach. Focused on feet and knees. Imagined them connecting with ball again and again. Oh, imagines, not imagines. I'm still having flashbacks. We're not done. Hopefully we'll be done the next time we get to read it. Oh, we're already getting into the 80s. Yeah, it's a lot. But Kentucky has terribly hot weather. Like, it's all of the South does. We're all on the same page on that one. Leg lifts, back twists, abdominal crunches, reviewed World Cup game on VCR, practiced with Jessica, VCR, juggled ball twice, kicked it lots of times, kicked self only once, big improvement. New friend, Natalie, joined in. She said I was getting better too. After our practice, decided it was time to tell my father the truth about soccer. Number of times I cleared my throat before telling him. 12. I'm not going to reenact that, but you can imagine. Number of deep breaths I took. So many that he thought I was doing yoga exercises. Times I made him promise never, ever to tell my super sisters. 16. Kisses he got after he said, don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Now give me that permission slip to sign. You have to turn one in, especially with a lawyer for a mother. I gave him at least 100 kisses, and he hadn't shaved either. Oh. The 16 just reminded me of the Unisonus when they were doing the lie detector test, and they had that skit where they're like, how many people did you kill? 16. How many people did you want to kill? 16. Oh yeah, it's in the 80s pretty much everywhere right now in the old Bible Belt. It is April, which is when summer starts here. We have we don't really have spring, we just have winter-ish winter, spicy winter, and then full-on summer. What my father said. If anyone asks where you are, Abby, I'll say you're with Jessica. I just won't mention that you're playing soccer. You have the right to keep a harmless secret from your sisters. Tomorrow we have another timed math quiz coming up. Grown. I like that the dad is a great book dad. I like that he's encouraging her to have boundaries and not feel like her privacy is violated. Grown. Timed math quiz. I hate timed math quizzes. They are hard. I hate fractions, I hate decimals, and I hate multiplying and dividing them. In other late breaking news, we had soccer practice after school today. I felt good turning in my permission slip to Mr. Stevens. He made me goalie for the first part of the game. You have to wear a cage on your face and layers of padding on your stomach and chest. I felt like an alien bumblebee. Alien Bumblebee would be a great name for a band. E3 here in Maryland. Oof. Yikes. I'm sorry you're in this 80s and above club with us, Bernie. The goalie is the only person in the game who can throw the ball with her hands. Soccer tips for goalies. Don't try to catch the ball. Block it with your hands instead. Brianna got really mad after the other side scored 3 points in a row and demanded to put another goalie in. If she gets this upset about a practice, what will she be like at the game? Must rid self of habit of flinching when soccer ball comes near upper body. Try to head it instead. Know that feeling. I also am bad at all the sports balls in part, but not limited to the fact that I'm scared of all the sports balls hitting me. The soccer game will be on television in half an hour. In television? Where is this being televised? Must study math in meantime. Do not. Oh no, she's going to be watching a professional soccer game. I thought she said her soccer game was going to be. I was like, who's televising 5th grade soccer? Let's study math in meantime. Do not want to study math. Prefer to have injection of 2nd grade brother's brain cells instead. Must study soccer. Must continue to watch great soccer players and then visualize self doing same moves. She's really trying the manifestation, the visualization out here. I need to sip my drink. Getting to the end. Read in book that way to success is to write goals 100 times a day. If this is what it takes, I will do it. Get ready, set, go. I will become a soccer star by the end of soccer season. I believe you're just supposed to say I am and not I will, like because of something brain chemistry, but I will become a soccer star by the end of soccer season. I will become a soccer star by the end of soccer season. I am a soccer star. There, I fixed it for her. She just keeps writing it over and over. In this family, there are too many interruptions. Just a minute ago, Isabel barged into my room. Where is my nail polish? She demanded. Have you seen my nail polish? How does she have time to be a top student and president of her class and still spend every spare moment thinking about nail polish? That's Abby's comment, not mine. We've had a lot of issues with our apartment. The shower tiles were cracked since we first moved in, and now all the bottom ones are coming loose. Oh, I'm so sorry. The soap holder literally fell off the wall. Oh, I'm so sorry. One of the lights in my bathroom, like the mounted lights, just was hanging by the wires. When I went into that bathroom, I was like, I don't even begin to know what to do about this. That's a lot. I held up my pale, unvarnished nails. The evidence says I am not guilty. She flew out of my room, not wasting precious seconds on apologies. Eva, she shrieked. Eva! If she had asked me, I would have told her not to bother. Eva doesn't care about nail polish. Alex is the guilty is probably A supercomputer out of microchips, old wires, and nail polish that can do all of our homework and take out the garbage too. I wouldn't put it past him. If he could build a computer that could get all my editing done for me, I would absolutely, absolutely nominate that kid for a Nobel Peace Prize or, you know, sell my soul to the devil, you know, any of those things. At this point, I don't care if I'm annoying. I will talk to the maintenance daily to get things resolved. Yeah. Yeah. I fully know the feeling of being like, oh, I feel like I'm still bothering people, but also just to be your hype person, it is not at all unreasonable to be like, these things need to be fixed. This is like literally, we can't live like this. Where was I? Past him. I will become a soccer star by the end of soccer season. I will become a soccer star by the end of the season. A few more times. I will. ... This is boring. Do I have to do it all at once? Maybe I can finish later. Need to think of newspaper article idea for Ms. Bunder's class anyway. We'll study math in morning. My thing with like the whole write your goals 100 times a day is like, that's time. That takes a second to do. And that's time I could be spending actually working towards the goal. Like, I get it, but it's a time management thing. I already struggle enough with time management in my life as it is. Need to think of newspaper article idea for Ms. Bunder's class. Anyway, we'll study math in morning. Title of Brianna's interview with herself. My life as soccer captain. My life as... Title of my imaginary interview with Brianna. Bragging Brianna bores all. Actual title of Zach's newspaper article, Electronic Games. Actual title of Tyler's newspaper article, Electronic Games. Wow, exciting. Hey, maybe they're into electronic games, Abby. Title of Jessica's article, Intelligent Life in the Universe, True or False? Title of my article, I don't have a single idea yet. Lucky it's not due for a while. I will become a soccer star by the end of soccer. How does she know if they're not all turning them in? Maybe they're just, I don't know, comparing notes. So I guess I'll see you guys later. Bye, Texas! They did say they ordered the supplies to replace our shower wall. However, they sent an email saying they finished work on the AC. I just sent another request, basically like, sorry, it's still not. Yeah. Still not here. Sorry. Sorry to remind you, but literally it's not here. It'll be some... I will definitely, and without a shadow of a doubt, become a soccer star by the end... ... Yelling outside my door. The Super Sibs are having a, quote, friendly discussion. Sounds more like World War III. I better stop now before they burst into my, uh-oh, here they come. Goodbye! Chapter 11, Tuesday. Do what you can with what you have. Wait. Do what you can with what you have, with where you are. Teddy Roosevelt. Old Houses of New York calendar. What I did. Flunked math test. What I have to do, take it over. Where I will be if my parents learn about it. Grounded. Ms. Cantor was very nice. She said, this isn't like you, Abby. I know you're trying hard. Everyone has a bad day. Now and then, study some more, and you can make it up tomorrow. Felt ashamed. The truth is, I didn't study this morning like I planned. Instead, I stood on head to make blood flow to brain. Uh-oh, that's probably not good. It didn't work. I mean, it does make the blood flow to your brain, but it's not, you're not gonna feel good after that happens. You're just gonna have a massive headache. Made superpower health formula drink, put in dried chestnuts, powder, bean flour, non-fat dried milk granules, wheat germ, protein formula, yeast, a few soybeans, carob powder, and some banana chips for taste. Somebody out there, I wonder if anybody's tried to recreate the protein shakes. I bet they're awful. Do athletes kids really drink this stuff? No wonder they're always exercising. They have to distract themselves from the revolting taste. Found 5. Oh, there always was revolting slob from Crashbox. Sorry, getting distracted. Found 5 biographies of famous athletes in Eva's room. Started first after breakfast. Ms. Cantor almost as wonderful as Ms. Bunder. It's not her fault that I like creative writing better than any other subject. We'll study fractions and decimals tonight. Promise. We saying goodnight, Texas. Good night, Texas and Texas family. All right. For the rest of you guys that are still here, we are nearing the end of the book. Like we have about 20 more pages to go. Maybe a little bit more than 20. Okay, it's like 30, but still. Oh, I guess this book wasn't as super short. It's the same length as like a Babysitter's Club or something like that. So, you know. Have you chapter 12, Thursday. Every cloud has a silver lining. That's the name of the book. The Big Sky Calendar. Have you ever seen a silver lining in a cloud? No. I haven't either. Clouds are white puffy things. Sometimes the sun makes them look reddish or gold, but never silver. Who came up with this stupid saying? Anyway, it's completely false. That's one on the back of the book. Past math test. I was having deja vu. I'm like, wait, we read this on the back of the book. That's right, brain. It's okay. Past math test, just barely. Ms. Cantor says I need extra help. She's going to put me in the math tutorial group. It's true, I need help, though not in the way she thinks. What should have happened at the first soccer game? Abby Hayes made use of all the soccer tips she studied and practiced so hard. Her teamwork with Jessica and Natalie was especially brilliant with stunning precision. The 5th grader who began playing soccer only a few short weeks ago scored all of the goals in the first, second, and third periods, leading her team to victory. For once in her life, Brianna was speechless. Not a brag came out of her mouth. Yay, Abby, Bethany cheered. Yay, Abby. Oh, I already read that. Oh, well. Mr. Stevens told Abby that she must continue drinking her power health formulas because he was going to put her in every single game for the rest of the season. Good for Abby. What could have happened? Oh, that's not what happened. That's what should have happened. Abby Hayes continued to improve her soccer game. While not the star player, she made some solid passes, enabling her teammates to score goals. She prevented the other team from scoring on several occasions and even headed the ball once. Really happened. I don't want to talk about it. After game comments. Why don't you bring a good book to the next game and a pillow in case you get tired? Be sure to rest if you need to. Brianna concerned about my health. Nice job, Abby. Fine effort. Keep up the good work, Mr. Stevens would say this to a corpse. Oh. He's like an NPC. He's like, good job. Keep it up. You're getting better, Abby. Don't worry. Ups and downs are part of the game. Best friend Jessica always has something positive to say. She has asthma attack. She had an asthma attack in the middle of the second period and had to sit out. Oh, that's scary. It's just a game. I'm only here because my parents are making me. Who cares whether you're a star or not? I like you the way you are. Aw, just like Mr. Rogers says. New friend Natalie's kind words did not make me feel better. Natalie is a gem. We stand Natalie. Natalie's great. Terrible, awful game. Missed every pass. Let other teams score winning point. Hope gone. Cloud very dark and covering entire sky. No little beam of sunshine. Good resolutions broken. Power of mind squashed. Inspiring words useless. Calm down. It's going to be okay. Every little thing feels like the end of the world when you're 10, though. Because you don't know what actual, like, crisis feels like at that age, or I didn't. 13. Friday. It does not matter how slowly you go, as long as you do not stop. Confucius. Motorcycle mama calendar. Motorcycle Mama calendar. That sounds like a great calendar. I read these inspiring words this morning and they did not inspire me. They depressed me. What if I don't want to go on and on forever at a slow pace? What if I want to spurt ahead or nothing? That's relatable. I think everybody can relate to that. Do you like how I'm giving my opinion and consoling this fictional child, like, as we go? If you're new, you're asking yourself why. If you've been here a while, you're like, yeah, we're used to that. Lay in bed this morning until Dad got me up. Did not have heart to make power health drink. Made strawberry milkshake instead. Recipe: 2 scoops strawberry ice cream, 1 scoop vanilla ice cream, milk, and some vanilla extract. Throw in blender and drink as fast as you can before parents and twin siblings see what you are having for breakfast. Offer some... Oh, that unlocked a vivid memory of reading that from back in the day when I read these books. Offer some to sympathetic younger brother who promises he won't tell on you. Returned famous athletes. They're gonna find the dishes, right? Like, my mom would be all over that. You can't get away with anything under her roof. Motorcycle Mama, that sounds like a girly calendar. It sounds like it would be an interesting calendar. She does have, what did she say, 73 currently in her collection, and I think she keeps collecting them throughout the series, so that number goes up. Returned famous athletes' biographies to Eva's room, read comics with Alex at breakfast table, completed all homework. I wonder if Quidditch is as difficult as soccer, Natalie sighed and took a bite from her chocolate bar. Harry Potter seems to enjoy it more. I'd rather be flying than fouling, Abby agreed. Soccer's not that bad, Jessica said. It's even fun once you get the hang of it. She took a puff from her inhaler. Are you okay? My brain was just like, wanted to autofill with, she took a puff from a cigarette, and I was just like, not in a book for 5th graders. Certainly not. Not even the most problematic of books that we have read on this channel and covered so far have had... Actually, I don't think any of the media that we've covered on this entire channel in the almost 3 years have had a 10-year-old smoking. I don't think. If I'm wrong, somebody let me know. But I don't think in all of our adventures so far we have gotten to that level of oof. Thankfully. Even fun once you get the hang of it. It says something about our content, too, that I have to, like, double check, ask myself. I'm like, we haven't, right? Like, we've seen some weird stuff on this channel. Are you okay? Abby was worried about Jessica. Her asthma seemed to be worse lately. The fall is hard, Jessica said, wheezing a little. It's all the pollen in the air. After the first frost, things get better. I'll be all right. You still managed to score a lot of points in soccer, Abby said. You do a lot better than me. The 3 girls sat on the bench in the park. Really? Pollen? I mean, fall allergies are bad, but it's mostly just the ragweed here. I don't know how much our pollen count is in the fall. It's like in the thousands right now. For anybody who wanted the pollen weather report of Atlanta. You still managed to score a lot of points in soccer, Abby said. You do a lot better than me. The 3 girls sat on a bench in the park. Their backs at their feet. Across from them, a group of preschoolers watched ducks swim in the pond. I'm not making much progress. Abby took a deep breath and spoke the words she had been thinking since last night. Maybe I should quit school now before I make a complete fool of myself. Thinking about it made her feel shaky, as if she were... I thought I heard somebody opening the door to my room. Like, hello, we are on live. As if she were about to leap off a cliff without a parachute. Would she be letting her father down? Would she be letting her team down? Would she be letting herself down after all the work and effort she had put in? Jessica came swiftly to her defense. That's not true. You've improved a lot. Yes, I've scored fewer points for the other team lately. Someone has to help them along, Jessica joked. Abby ran her hands through her hair. It felt even wilder and redder and more out of control than usual. You're more confident than you used to be, her best friend pointed out. I'm making more mistakes, Abby said. You've got way more courage and determination. Really? Sorry. Really? Maybe Jessica meant that she took more foolhardy risks, like getting in the way of the ball when it was speeding toward her. I don't think so. Yes, Natalie and Jessica said in unison. You do. Had she really transformed herself into a confident, brave, and determined fifth grader? If so, it could mean only one thing. The inspiring words and slogans that Abby had pumped into her mind like multivitamins had worked. She had built up her mental muscle to such a degree that it was only a matter of time before she became a top soccer player. If faith could move mountains, it could surely kick a few soccer balls. There's hope, she cried. Or was there? Was she deceiving herself, thinking she could become a great soccer player? Natalie took another bite from her chocolate bar. I wish I wanted to be a good soccer player. All I want to do is sit in my room and read and perform experiments. My parents think I'm warped. Aw, not fair. Poor thing. Really? My parents would love you, Abby said. They think Isabel is great, and she spends her entire life in the library, except when she's doing her fingernails, of course. I stand a lemonade mouth reference. One of these days, I'll do a lemonade mouth video. One of my favorite Disney Channel movies. Wow, Natalie said. Awesome. Yes, Abby's family was awesome. That was the problem. She picked up her journal. All right. If family is awesome, then I must be too. Genetic heritage must show up somewhere, even if they are type A and I am type Z. Curly red hair and lack of genius are not proof that I come from different genetic line. Amazing gene must be hiding, but one day it will show up, right? If a gene doesn't show up soon, we'll replace World Cup soccer calendar with school joke calendar. Soccer goals. Burning question of the day. It's so sad that she genuinely feels that she's like not measuring up to the rest of her family. Way better than Camp Rock, yet it's so underrated. It really is. Camp Rock, I will always have a place in my heart for just how it's like so bad it's good. Like I loved it as a kid, but in the modern day, you look back and you're like, wow, this is just so bad that it's entertaining. And I need to cover the second one because ooh, if the first one was bad, oof, the second one, oof, that needs to get its own video at some point soon. Hopefully. Burning question of the day. What to do about soccer goals? Can I achieve them? How soon? Soon enough to make a difference and impress my family? Do I hope for the best and continue? Or cut my losses and quit? Note, why are questions burning? Can they be cold or soothing? Why are losses cut? Why not sliced or chopped? Must not be distracted by these deep thoughts. Back to my friends and the decision I must make. Right on a different YouTube channel about Radio Rebel. I've seen Danny Gonzalez cover Radio Rebel. I don't think I've actually ever seen it. Maybe one day I'll watch it for a video. It's been a while since I've done a decom. I need to get back into the habit of decoms. Abby put down her pen. Her two friends were looking over the journals. Jessica had doodled pictures of aliens in the margins of hers. Natalie had written only a few paragraphs. Okay. In large letters. I wish I loved to write as much as you, Abby, Natalie sighed. I don't know what I'm going to do about the newspaper article. Neither do I, Abby admitted, but I'll probably get an idea sooner or later. She took the piece of chocolate that Natalie held out to her. Why don't you write a book review of the Harry Potter series? Natalie's face brightened. Good idea. When I get stuck writing a story, I always ask Abby for help, Jessica said. It's fun, Abby said. I love to do it. She wished that soccer came as easily as writing. So, what do you think? Jessica asked. About soccer. Are you going to quit or not? I vote for Abby to stay with it, Natalie cried. I think she can do it. You never know what you can do until you try, Jessica said, pulling out her asthma inhaler and taking another puff. Was this a sign her best friend was spouting inspiring slogans just like one of Abby's calendars? Maybe it meant that Abby wasn't supposed to give up. They just like break into her house every night and like look at the calendars for inspiration so that they can like be like, hang in there. You can do it. Jessica had asthma, but she didn't let it stop her. Abby didn't have asthma, and she was ready to quit. Natalie was rooting for her too. She couldn't disappoint her friends. She hoped she wouldn't disappoint herself. Okay, I won't quit yet, Abby announced. I'll stay in until the end of soccer season. Not really not unpopular opinion. Sharpay made High School Musical iconic. Without her, no one would care. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I was so glad that she finally got like her own standalone movie in the end where like she wasn't like seen as the bad guy anymore. I love Sharpay. She's so fun. Ashley Tisdale is really talented, I think. Chapter 14, Saturday. Hope is a waking dream. Aristotle. Oh, I like that. Spud's calendar. Aristotle again. Isabel says that he lived in ancient Greece. Wonder if he collected calendars too. It's easy to hope on the weekends when there aren't any games. What I really hope for is an idea for that newspaper article. It's due this week. I've been so busy thinking about soccer that I haven't done anything about the article at all. I can't fail math and creative writing, especially since creative writing is my best subject. This morning, made another power health shake. Oh, she's gonna kill herself with the shakes. Girl, cut out the shakes. My dad sends me inspirational quotes sometimes that he gets from a different guy that sends them to him. Aw, that's such a dad thing to do. That's so wholesome. Vitamin enriched brewers yeast, non-fat yogurt, soy flakes, dried apple rings, grapefruit juice, protein powder, oat bran. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Wrote, I will become a star. Soccer player. 150 times on a piece of paper. Hung it on wall next to World Soccer Cup calendar. Exercises. Deep breathing sit-ups, push-ups, jumping jacks, leg lifts, shoulder rolls, neck rolls. Now I'm just thinking about how much my neck hurts. Dinner rolls. Haha, just kidding. She's drying herself, drinking her gross shake and being like, meh, and then being like, yay, I'm a soccer star. Or this is not her. I don't think. It's different hair. I guess I need to read a little further. So I'm drinking a margarita during the last hour I have to work. Good for you. Margaritas are so good. Natural brunette, and I'm roughly after me. Oh, yeah. I always loved Ashley Tisdale. She's great. Stood on head to make blood flow to brain. Power health shake flowed from stomach to mouth. Oh, I hated that. Biographies of great athletes out of Eva's room again and read for half an hour. Eva didn't notice. Called Jessica and asked her to meet me in the park later this afternoon for more soccer practice. Natalie is in middle of important experiment and can't come. Hey Abby, what's up? Eva. Okay, so this is Jessica. Hey Abby, what's up? It was Eva in her customary outfit of basketball. Oh nope, that's the sister. That's one of the twin sisters. This is the one that I'm picturing is Leela Yadav from that one Nancy Drew game. I need another sip of my drink. Voice is going. I'm sorry it's been so stressful, Noah. I hate all that. My big stressor lately has been dealing with doctors and insurance, because that's fun. Fun part of being 26. Basketball jersey and shorts, dribbling a basketball on the sidewalk in front of Abby, trying to come up with an idea for an article. For creative writing class, Abby sighed. She had been staring at the blank paper for 20 minutes now. Her mind was crammed with soccer tips, inspiring stories about athletes who had come up from under and flashbacks to exciting moments on the soccer field. There was no room in her brain for anything else. Abby didn't know if Ms. Bunder would be understanding as Ms. Cantor if she turned in her article late. Maybe she would even give Abby a failing grade. My finger has to pop, but I can't really get it. Failing grade. Eva whirled and feigned a shot. Then she turned back to Abby. You're always writing, she said. A newspaper article should be easy for you. It isn't this time, Abby admitted. Why don't you cover one of my basketball games? I don't know enough about the rules and who the players are. I'd fill you in, Eva offered. You can publish it in your school newspaper, too. We don't have one, Abby said. Maybe you should start one, Eva said, wiping her forehead with her back of her hand. Maybe, Abby echoed. It was a good idea. After school season was over, after soccer season was over, she'd talk to Ms. Bunder and see if Natalie and Jessica were interested. That still left her without a subject for her article, or did it? She couldn't cover Eva's basketball game. There was too much to learn first. However, there was another game where she knew both the players and the rules. She had spent plenty of time observing the action. In addition, she had first-hand personal experience. If Abby wasn't qualified to write about the Lancaster Elementary 5th grade girls soccer team, who was? Hadn't she been obsessed with soccer for weeks? Here was the article idea, practically begging to be written, and she hadn't even thought of it until Eva made her suggestion. She jumped up from the steps and hugged her sister. Thanks, Eva. You're the greatest. Eva smiled. Everyone always told her she was the greatest. She didn't even ask Abby why. You should wear your hair down more often, she said, looking at Abby's long curly red hair. You like my hair? Abby couldn't believe it. It's so red. It's so messy and tangly. It's so gorgeous, Eva said. If you were stuck with boring, straight brown hair like me, you'd appreciate it. I've been jealous of your hair since you were a baby. Oh, you have? Whenever you get sick of it, give it to me. Eva dropped the basketball into a bin on the porch and disappeared into the house to take a shower. Abby stared open-mouthed after her sister. This was Eva, wasn't it? Not some alien inhabiting her sister's body. Tell people, compliment people, because you might think that they know what their strengths are, but they might not. A lot of times we don't see the good in ourselves. So, we can go to a pub. You are old enough. And that has troubles. Very, very kind. Unfortunately, I have to fix. God, I was gonna make a joke about something that I had to do, but really I was just like thinking about. I'm like, I couldn't stay up too late tonight. I started like genuinely thinking about trying to fix my sleep schedule. Sorry, my brain is all over the place right now. Wow, Super Civ, Eva, family jock, gave me an idea for the newspaper article, and she loves my hair. Stunning surprise. Super Sis can behave differently than expected. Maybe I can too. Stay tuned for further developments. Abby pulled a fresh sheet of paper from her notebook and began to work on her article. Chapter 15, Thursday. Where is it now? The glory and the dream. Wordsworth. Fences of Vermont calendar. Alive, well, and kicking. It's my lucky week, and there's a game tonight. Lucky week list. 1. I completed the newspaper article and turned it in on time. Didn't have to make embarrassing explanation or apologize to Miss Bunder. I wouldn't want her to think I don't care about my creative writing class because it is my favorite subject in the world. Ms. Bunder smiled when she saw the title and said she couldn't wait to read it. 2. I got an 85% on a timed math quiz. How did I do that? It really was luck. Ms. Cantor wrote, "Keep up the good work," and gave me a pizza certificate for my effort. Ooh, pizza. Zach said he'd rather have a computer game. I said if they gave out computer games as rewards, you'd be the best student in the school. Zach agreed. Then he said, "But no one would be better than you in writing." Agree with Brianna for once. Zach is cute when not hooked up to a game machine. Then he is like an electronic zombie. I guess this is Zach. This is a artist's rendering of Zach with the purple pen. 3. Today Brianna is not in school. Bethany told us that Brianna spent last night throwing up and is still sick today. How many times did she puke? Could start Brianna barf index instead of Brianna brag index. Oh my god, she's so happy that the mean girl is sick. The girl's really mean to her, but she's like, "Hey, you know what else happened? My lucky streak continued. She has the flu." Or maybe it's food poisoning. I don't know. Free personal pan pizza things were the best in elementary school. I never experienced that. I did win some, I remember winning some Chick-fil-A coupons at the, like, library summer reading program. Mr. Stevens says that Jessica will be the temporary captain for the soccer game. Tonight she will assign positions. Hooray! Bethany is sulking because Jessica is captain. She thought she should be captain because she is the best friend and best clone of Brianna. It's not a look-alike contest, I told her. Almost half the players voted for Jessica. Personally, I'm very happy that Bethany will not lead our team to misery. Many of the other players seem pleased about it too. I wonder how many kids are on this team. They didn't turn anybody away. How many players are on a normal, like a standard soccer team? I know nothing about sports balls. Not lead the team to misery. Many of the other players seem pleased about it too. A lot of people are coming today. Oh, we're really close to the end. I didn't realize how close to the end we are now. A lot of people are coming today to today's game. Ms. Cantor is coming because we are playing Swiss Hill Elementary, her old school. She says she will root for early from work to see the game, and she doesn't even know that Jessica will be captain. Natalie is glad that her parents can't come. They have already threatened to make her play basketball, softball, and lacrosse if they see how bad she is. Oh, poor thing. She says they might make her take up volleyball and cross-country skiing as well. Way to make your kid hate everything athletic. If that's what you're trying to do, that's what you're doing. The book club, I remember that, yes. Jessica's asthma. It's like, hey, daughter, you're reading too many books. We're gonna make you strap yourself to sticks and slide down a mountain. Have fun. Jessica's asthma is worse today, and she has to go to the nurse's office twice to use her inhaler. She is also nervous about the game. She said she is worried about all the people who will be watching. Her mother isn't able to come to many of her games. Jessica wants her mother to see her at her best. I told her, "You never know what you can do until you try, and we must cultivate our garden." Jessica said she didn't know what gardens had to do with it, but she was glad that I was her friend. She said that she would try to enjoy the game and not worry so much about what everyone was thinking. Oh, the little imagining of herself with the crown is cute. Not given up hope of becoming soccer star. Sign of insanity? There is none in immediate family. It's my lucky week. Anything can happen. Encouraging positive attitude of best friend and temporary soccer captain will no doubt make me a better player. The Lancaster girls put on their shin guards and cleats and kicked the ball back and forth on the field to warm up. The Swiss Hill team arrived. "Okay, let's go out and have fun," Jessica yelled. Brianna would never say fun, Bethany pouted. She'd say win. Let's go out and win. we don't win, we can still have fun, Jessica retorted. The team cheered. Hooray, Lancaster Elementary! They ran onto the field and took up their positions. Now I'm flashing back to reading Harry Potter and being like, oh good, I have to go through 35 pages of Quidditch. That's an excellent use of these pages. I had to read books and take tests on them in elementary school. I remember helping a few of the girls in my class by taking the tests for them. And I felt like I was such a rebel. Oh, that's funny. I was friends with the girls more than I was with the boys, and I still prefer female friends, but I do have a few male friends. I mean, I guess everybody has their groups of people that they get along with, as long as your friends are good friends. Sorry. I feel my sternum out right now. Probably is my body being like, you stupid bitch, finish up this book and get off stream. You've been sitting here for 4 hours. I'm like, what else is new, body? They ran onto the field, took up their position. The ball went into play. Jessica passed it to Bethany. Bethany kicked it to Rachel, who dribbled it towards the goal until a girl on the other team stole it from her. I definitely do not. I will just say this. I heavily dislike any sports scenes in books. I just there's something about trying to explain in great detail to me an imaginary game that's just not holding my attention. We're all geeky nerds. They're great. Until a girl on the other team stole it from her. Abby ran after the Swiss Hill girl. She came up alongside her, kicked the ball from under her, and raced to the in the opposite direction for the goal. Abby, 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 shrieked her teammates, and they're like, you're going the wrong way. No, I'm just kidding. She barely heard them as she weaved in and out, the Swiss Hill guards keeping the ball under control. The field seemed to open up as she ran. At least I've been drinking my water tonight. It was as though a path were marked straight to the goal. Ms. Cantor cheered from the bleachers, and the team went wild as Abby gave the ball a ferocious kick. It soared straight into the goal past the goalie. Point to Lancaster Elementary, the ref called. Abby pushed her damp hair off her forehead and stared at the ball in awe. She had really done it. She had scored a point for her team. And then everybody freeze framed and the movie was over. I'm just kidding. Jessica hugged Abby. I knew you could do it. Her teammates gave her the thumbs up sign as she jogged back to her position. A Swiss Hill girl stood on the midfield line and kicked the ball to one of her teammates. The game was on again. Oh, I'm glad. We're still talking about the game, right? That's good. This was the breakthrough Abby thought. This was the breakthrough. Abby thought her moment had come. When the ball soared through the air in her direction, she headed it. It bounced toward Rachel, who passed it to Jessica. Jessica raced with it toward the goal. Another point for Lancaster Elementary. Bethany made another point, and Megan made another. When the period ended, Lancaster was ahead. Guys, we don't need this. We don't need to know all of this. I knew this would happen, Abby said to Jessica, who nodded her head in agreement. It had finally paid off. The soccer games she had watched on television, the power health formulas she had forced herself to drink, the books she had read, and inspiring words, and most of all, the hours she had practiced were leading her toward soccer stardom. I just wish an adult would sit her down and be like, you don't have to play a game that you're not even that interested in just to be accepted by your family, who probably cares about you very much and just doesn't ever show it, except for her dad, who's great. Someday her friends would tell the story of how she had overcome incredible odds to achieve her soccer goals. For today, Abby was going to enjoy her rapid ascent to the top. Jessica's mother was sitting on the bleachers, still in her work clothes. She had come directly from the music library at the university where she worked. Ooh, that sounds like a fascinating job. I hear more about that. Abby waved to her. She waved back. That's how you know you're getting old, when you're like, ooh, that sounds like a fascinating job in the middle of this junior novel, children's book, whatever you want to call this. She only wished that her own family was waving proudly from the bleachers. 2 brilliant moves in only a matter of minutes. Mr. Stevens blew his whistle, and they were back on the field for a second period. Once more, Abby raced for the ball. She passed it to Megan. Keep it up, Abby, Mr. Stevens yelled. Stay in there. Swiss Hill intercepted the ball. Bethany stole it from the Swiss Hill girl and passed it to Abby. Center! Center! Bethany screamed. Get it, Abby! Abby began to sprint towards the ball. She was just about to deliver another powerful kick that would cement her reputation as a top player when she hit a patch of muddy grass. The ball whizzed past her. She slipped, lost her balance, and flew with arms outspread, face down in the mud. Her teammates screamed. The Swiss Hill girls cheered. Someone kicked the ball into a goal. The ref blew his whistle and declared a point for Swiss Hill. Mr. Stevens ran over to Abby and helped her up. That was quite an impressive fall, he said. Anything broken? Hope not. Hi, Paulo. Had stream on the whole time, but just saying hi now. Hi, thank you. Sorry for not being active in chat. No worries, I appreciate you being here. I know I don't apologize for that, but I'm too polite. Don't apologize. I appreciate you being here, and if you can't be here, I totally understand. But we're very glad to see you. Okay, we are almost done. I feel like I'm gonna fall asleep with all of this talk. I'm not a sports ball person. I know lots of people in chat are, but like sports ball people, isn't reading about sports in a book like when a novel is like just spending pages and pages describing an imaginary game that you can't see and you're just imagining? Like, isn't that not interesting to you? I just am genuinely wondering. Depends. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think so. She was covered in mud. Her t-shirt hung from her chest. Her shin guards were soaked. Her knees were scraped, and her hands were sore. He examined her bruises. Maybe you better sit down. We'll clean up your hands and knees and give you an ice pack. She stumbled over to the bench where a couple of girls were sitting out the period. Mr. Stevenson sent one of them in to replace her. Are you all right? Natalie asked. You were great. Just a minute ago, I was cheering for you. I'm okay, Abby said, her eyes filling with tears in spite of herself. Oh, the game had started so well. Now her hands and knees were stinging, and she had the taste of mud in her mouth. Gross. Ugh. Ms. Cantor climbed down the bleachers. Your dad and brother are here, Abby. My dad and brother? Abby turned. Alex and her father were right behind her. They had come to her game. Oh, Dad is best dad. Mr. Hayes is a great dad. I forgot this little tidbit of the books. I want to read more of these books just for him. Here, she stammered. Just before you fell, her father said. Are you okay? That was some tumble. Abby, you look like a mud monster, Alex cried. Abby stared at them in horror. She tried to say something, but no words came out. Your mother wants to talk to you, her father held out a cell phone. I told her about your fall. Mom, Abby said. Yes, I'm okay. She wasn't about to tell her mother that she had tried to prove herself worthy of the Hayes family and failed. Her pity would be worse than any scorn. She handed the phone back to her father. What's the matter? He asked. We're proud of you, Abby. Proud? For falling on her face in front of her friends, teacher, and family? She didn't think so. Abby turned and ran. Ignoring her bruised knee, scraped palms, and the tears running down her face, she didn't stop until she reached her house. She grabbed the key from its hiding place, unlocked the door, and went straight to the bathroom. She stripped off her wet and muddy clothes and jumped into the shower. Before anyone returned, she was in her room and under the covers. There she stayed for the rest of the night. Oof, that's rough. Sports ball makes no sense to me. Same, Noah. I know that lots of people like it, and that's great. It's just not, my brain has never been a sports ball brain. Depends how it's written. That's very fair, though. I'm sure some writers are talented and can do it. Talented, not that writers that do it poorly are not talented. Let me rephrase that, but I'm sure some writers are specifically good at writing that kind of thing and have done research and make it interesting. Go sports ball group. Portal. Their genre of literature based around character-based narratives focused around sports. So clearly some people like it. It's clearly somebody's thing. I can safely say it's not my thing, but nights like tonight make me wish I wasn't a sports ball fan. No, we don't want you to feel bad. I never want anybody to feel bad for having their opinions on stuff. Like, the whole thing about this channel is just appreciating media and our relationship with it and the positive sides of it and kind of parsing all of that out. So don't think I'm ever making fun of the sports ball people. I'm just expressing my opinion. Or maybe you just don't. Maybe, I don't know, maybe your team lost and that's why you wish you weren't a sports ball fan. Either way, I'm sure it will be better. Friday, chapter 16. It's blank. There is no inspirational quote. Nothing. No words at all, especially so-called inspiring ones. Didn't they get me into this mess in the first place? Aw. The sun streamed into Abby's bedroom as she did every morning. She opened her eyes. Oh, I thought they were calling the sun a she, and I was like, but the sun is always nothing to do with you guys. My team lost a bad game. It hit me as I was saying it that might have been the case. I'm sorry. Rough. Thought they were referring to the sun as a she, and I'm like, clearly the sun is always related to masculine energy, you know? Apollo and all that. But they're not. They're saying she is an Abby. As she did every morning, she opened her eyes to walls of calendars. There was her Cats of Rhode Island calendar featuring an orange striped tabby for the month. That sounds like a delightful calendar. For the month of October, she gazed fondly at a photograph of mashed potatoes from her Spuds calendar, then moved over to her World Soccer Cup calendar. Abby closed her eyes and groaned as memories of the previous day flooded back. Her parents, twin sisters, and little brother had come to her door last night. They tried to talk to her, but she refused to speak. She lay under the covers with her hands over her ears and her eyes shut tight. This is her laying in bed, I guess. Oh, poor kid. More from habit than anything else, she reached over to the night table for her journal. Cannot face family after humiliation of yesterday. Triumph unseen. This is why you shouldn't let your intrusive thoughts run the narrative of your brain. It's really hard not to. Speaking from experience, but she's like, I'm a failure. It's like bowler hat guy in Meet the Robinsons, where he's flashing back and it's like all the kids and they're like, hey man, what's up? Good game today. They all hated me. Triumph unseen, spectacular nosedive into mud, witnessed by entire world. Well, almost. Not entire world. Do not want to see anyone ever again. Option, well, I do feel that sometimes. Spend rest of life in bed. Get adopted by other family in other city. Run away and live in sewers. Why sewers specifically? I feel like you could, well, I mean, don't run away, but why specifically going to live in the sewers? Feels like there are better options. Goob. Yes, I love Goob. Bowler hat guy. The Goob. He's wonderful. That movie is just so underrated. I gotta make... how many things have I said that about in just this VOD? But I need to make a video about Meet the Robinsons. I've wanted to for forever. You guys remember when the Jonas Brothers did that music video that was a remake of Kids in America, but it was Kids of the Future? And, like, nobody our age knew that it was a remake and thought it was a Jonas Brothers song. Which, the whole song was rewritten for the movie, but, you know. I just remember that very vividly. It always played on Disney Channel. Tears trickled down the side of her nose as she thought of herself clothed in ragged bell-bottom jeans and a ripped tie-dye tee, hunting for rats to eat for dinner. Ugh! Poor rats. Don't eat the rats. Perhaps my wounds are so serious I will have to spend a month in the hospital recuperating. When I come out, no one will remember me. She's so melodramatic, and it's something I can relate to so much. As an emotional person, when I was 10, I was definitely melodramatic. Abby, I mean, I'm still melodramatic, but I can, you know. When you're 10, with undiagnosed ADHD. You're very melodramatic. Abby rolled back the covers and examined her knee. It was scraped and red. There wasn't any scab. Her hands didn't have a mark on them. She lay back on the bed and tried to look pale and sickly. Stomach hurts, she whimpered. My head hurts. I must have gotten mud poisoning. Call the ambulance. Someone was running up the stairs. Abby closed her eyes and lay limp in the bed. The door opened. Abby! Abby, wake up! It was Alex. He shook her gently. She snored a little and rolled over. He shook her harder. Wake up! If she didn't open her eyes, he'd give up eventually. She just wouldn't move until he left. Abby lay still, pretending she was dead. Oh gosh, Abby. Alex was here to mourn her. Jesus. So why did he keep bumping against the bed and laughing? Wake up, Abby, Alex said. You're famous. Infamous was probably more like it. She was a laughing stock at Lancaster Elementary and the amazing, awesome Hayes family. Her parents' voices floated down the hall. Now they were in her room too. Why didn't everyone just bring their bowls and plates and eat breakfast on her bed? Abby, the Journal has printed your newspaper article, her father announced. Your entire family is extremely proud of you. What article? She sat bolt upright and snatched the newspaper from his outstretched hands. I knew she wasn't sleeping, Alex crowed. Abby scanned the page, then saw the headline. It's a kick, or is it? The Ups and Downs of Soccer by Abby Hayes. That's the article I wrote for creative writing, Abby cried. I just turned it in. How did it get in the paper? Ms. Bunder liked your article so much that she showed it to a friend who works at the newspaper. Last night, she called to let us know that it was going into print, her mother said. Her father beamed at her. You're a published journalist at age 10. Hey, Abby, Alex cheered. He jumped on the bed to hug her. Her parents kissed her. Abby's mother checked her watch. Oops, I have to leave in 15 minutes. Abby, get dressed and come downstairs. Your father is making waffles to celebrate. Abby sat at the table and gazed proudly at her newspaper article. There was her name in print. The Journal had written it in the introduction. Had written an introduction. We are pleased to present the original and thoughtful views of Abby Hayes, a 5th grade writing student of Ms. Elizabeth Bunder at Lancaster Elementary School. The original and thoughtful views, Abby said out loud. The original and thoughtful views of Abby Hayes, 5th grade writing student. She took a bite of waffle, which she had just smeared with strawberry jam. Then I really want a PB&J. I'm going to need to get one of those when I get off. Hi, Thing! Welcome back! That, and I didn't like it. It's the cover that was used for the Digimon movie. Oh, I've never heard the cover for Digimon. Then she gazed at the article again. It's a kick, or is it? The Ups and Downs of Soccer by Abby Hayes. Have you ever seen a team of 5th grade girls racing up and down a soccer field, chasing a little white... This is what she read. This is what she wrote, so we're getting to see it. Chasing a little white ball. It's not an unusual sight at Lancaster Elementary School, where the team meets once a week to practice soccer and once a week to play in a game against another city team. The captain is Brianna Bauer. She thinks winning is important. Mr. Stevens, the coach, talks about good sportsmanship and doing your best. Many of the girls have already been playing soccer for several years. Their heroes are Mia Hamm, Michelle Akers, and Brianna Scurry. They watch the World Cup on television and practice kicking soccer balls the way most kids eat candy. Some of the girls, however, are newcomers to this game. When they see a fast-moving ball coming straight at their head, they duck and run in the opposite direction. Is there a soccer personality? Is it an inborn talent that is developed through hard work? Or can anyone play this game? That is the question I ask myself over and over as I try to turn myself into a soccer player. I don't know whether I've done it yet. Maybe I need to practice longer and harder, or maybe I need more natural athletic ability. I wonder if I will succeed if I really start to love the game, or will I love the game only if I succeed at it? I have lots of questions and not many answers, but one thing I know, I'm going to be on the soccer field this week doing my best. Aw. Abby folded the newspaper and took another bite of waffle. Then she reached inside her backpack and pulled out her journal. No one in Hayes' family has said a word about disastrous soccer game. Are they being polite and tactful? Have they all suffered amnesia? I guess my secret is out now. My super sisters know that I'm on the team. Isabel hasn't given me her speech about barbaric sports. Soccer is not barbaric. And Eva hasn't told me 1,000 ways I need to improve myself. Has the article interrupted their usual train of thought? I hope so. Jessica just called, said that anyone can fall, but few people can make a goal, especially someone who has been playing for a short time. She said she liked my article too, invited me to a sleepover on Saturday night with Natalie. Jessica's mother doesn't usually let her have sleepovers, but Jessica used great powers of persuasion. Told her mother that Natalie was new in town and hadn't been invited anywhere yet. Natalie told her parents that Jessica and I are soccer players, so they are letting her sleep over. Hooray! That's tomorrow night. Am thinking about soccer goals. 1. Didn't give myself enough time. 2. That's a goal? Didn't give myself enough time. I guess that's an improvement goal. 2. Did pretty well for the time I did pretty well for the time I had. 3, have become much better player, if not great one or star yet. 4, worked hard, did best, should be proud of effort, no, not results. 5, published article in newspaper. 6, soccer season is not over yet. Conclusion, maybe there is a silver lining to every cloud. And she drew a little clouds with some silver linings, I guess. They're not colored in, but they're lined. Must apologize to whoever wrote that. If I hadn't joined the team, I wouldn't have written the article or gotten published in the newspaper. I wonder if Miss Cantor will put it up on the bulletin board for everyone to see. Father told me that I will receive $15 from Journal for $15 from Journal for my article. Will not spend money on soccer equipment. They really lowballed her. $15? They could have given her more than. They could have given her 50. I know this is 2000, but still. Will not spend money on soccer equipment. Will buy calculator to help with math problems instead. And that is the end. Thing has been told. Thing must go to sleep. Thing is now gone. Good night, Thing. I hope you are getting some. I hope you get to sleep well tonight. That is the end of this book. I think that was a perfectly wholesome, cute little trip down memory lane. I absolutely loved these books as a kid. I obviously have tons more if anybody wanted to hear more of them, or if we ever just need another chill night to just kind of decompress and hear a fun, cute little book. Wait. Paulo wasn't. So Thing. How do I? Yeah, just go with it, Paulo. Thing from Adam's Family. I think either me or Maddie made a comment about Thing from Adam's Family, and so a bit has started about Thing from Adam's Family, the real Thing being in our chat, and Thing has identified himself as such. So, don't ask, just roll with it, Paulo. Sorry, I forgot Paulo wasn't here for that. Anyway, that was very cute. I enjoyed it very much. It is 9 after midnight where I am, so I will let you all go. Thank you for hanging out with me for the past 4 hours while I once again cover a book from childhood that very important to me, hopefully gave you some nostalgia. It's always good. I love covering books because I get to that I either haven't read or get to revisit for the first time since childhood. And yeah. Referring to itself third person though. All right then. I thought that was a thing with Thing. I can't remember. I guess I'm not up on my lore. I need to cover more Addams Family, obviously. But yes. Good night, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. If you're watching this back on replay, sorry, I always forget to thank Replay Crew, but thank you so much. I appreciate all of you, and I will see you next time. Good night.